We started with 5 6-second cars. We're now down to 3. Unfortunately, some people are out, and one of them is a sick week winner from earlier this year. So if that gives you any indication of who it is, but I will elaborate on that further as we are, again, working towards getting our live stream up and rolling. As a matter of fact, we are just waiting on confirmation of when we will start the action. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, while we continue to wait on the official call for us getting started here, as track prep is still being discussed and underway, competitors, listen up. Competitors, listen up. There is something that you should know about. The way that the Burnout box is done here, it is a grate followed by a steel plate. So make sure that you pull far enough forward to get off the steel plate to start your Burnout. As obviously there's going to be water and then a grate before it, but you want to make sure that you get onto the actual concrete before you start your Burnout process. So please make sure that you pay attention to kind of where you need to be sitting to start your Burnout. If not, go and see John Sears. He said he would be happy to wave you into the right position if he's not doing the other 6 things we need him to do between tech, front of the staging lanes, worrying about Rick Dodge doing something stupid, et cetera, et cetera. Once again, the Bullseye for today is 54. Bullseye is 5-4. Your time slips will go to the top floor of the tower. The announcer's booth is on the 2nd floor. Top floor is where Tanya and her gang is. They are ready to take your time slip as soon as you get it. And keep in mind that once you have run the pass that you want to, run the time slip up to the top floor of the tower so they can go ahead and get you your map, get you on your way. And then also keep in mind we have the end of the road party for all the sick warders and sick summer participants that will take place at Motion Raceworks at their headquarters today. Doug Cook has called in a catering service. There's going to be food and beverages available. Depending on what time you get there, the tour of the plant will possibly be available. Again, it is just going to depend on time frame of when you get there. But a big shout out to Doug Cook and the gang at Motion Raceworks. Doug actually was not able to make it this week. He's adulting. So we appreciate all his hard work to be able to host the Thursday night party. When you get to the Thursday night party, go ahead and feel free to have an adult beverage or two, because I've been told that they're actually going to allow you to start tomorrow at 11 o'clock, so we'll have some extra time. All right, I have our third parts call of the day. We are looking for a tap or a thread chaser for the spark plug hole on LS cylinder heads. Unfortunately, when they were changing spark plugs this morning, one of them decided it wanted to take the threads with it. So they have a slightly loose hull. I believe some people call it wallard. I believe that's what it's called. And they would like it for not to be wallard. They would like it to actually have threads. So if you have a tap or a thread chaser for a spark plug hole, I believe it's 14 millimeter. Is that correct? 14 millimeter? For an LS cylinder head. If you want to come to the second floor of the tower and let us know, or you can see Jeremy Ortiz. He's driving the flat purple 95 Nissan 240 in the pit area. It shouldn't be too hard to find. I believe it's the only purple Nissan 240. Now, at Sick Week, I might not have been able to say that, but at Sick Summer, I feel pretty confident to say it's the only purple Nissan 240. I've also told him that considering the car has 7-second potential, that he can just load the 7-second tune and run it on 7 cylinders and see what happens. I'm not saying that that would be what I would do. I'm just saying what I think the masses might suggest. All right, so we have had an answer for the LS thread chaser for the spark plug hole. Imagine that. There's actually more people out here running LS engines. Yeah, I know. Now, for those of you that may not know, we have had not one but two people with LS engines that have actually swapped complete engines. They started with a different engine than what they have now. CJ Durbin and Bill Schwartz both have swapped complete engines since they started. Bill Schwartz actually started with a 408 cubic inch, or no, excuse me, that's CJ Durbin. So Bill Schwartz started with a 427, and now is running a 327 5.3 liter in the red with white striped Chevelle. To everybody that is live and online, we welcome you to day number 4 here at Tri-State Raceway in Iowa, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Thanks, Rick, and your group. We appreciate you once again being on board. Here for day number 4 of 6 Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. For everybody that is on the online feed, thank you so much for watching. Over 2,000 people already working, quote unquote. One of my neighbors back in Gainesville, Florida, has been watching all week, and he just told me that he met my wife and didn't know about the connection. My wife is not a car person. I'm assuming that you figured that out, sir. I mean, she tolerates my racing and my announcing and my car stuff. So for everybody that is watching online and is here at Tri-State, thank you so much for being with us. We are waiting on the official call to call cars to lanes. I am still waiting on that. As soon as I get that call, I will let you know. And Bill Schwartz, ironically, one of the two guys that has already swapped in a new motor, says he has a spare LS head here at the track. So, Bill, I'm assuming that means you got 2 of them yesterday, and you only needed the 1. You can message me if you want me to update on that. Once again, Michael Narks has also been sending me some stuff for updates as well as parts calls and giving me some updated information from the pits. I appreciate all your information, sir. Thank you. For those of you watching online, as we see the count start to grow. So I'm going to give you guys some results here. One of the things I could tell you to do is go check out sickthemagazine.com. We do a race wrap, and when I say we, it's normally me, although Luke did bail me out on the first day. Luke is our editor of Sick the Magazine, the actual print magazine, although Tom says it's more like a book. It's like a phone book. You could probably use it as a weapon if you needed to. Not that you would need that kind of thing, but why not? So it is over 200 pages, and it is dedicated to the drag and drive community, and less than usually 6 of those pages are advertisements. So we do a lot of stuff on not only car features, but also covering all the drag and drive events that are happening, and there are 30 of them this year. Our current issue has results from not only Australia, but also from Sick Week that we did in February. So for those of you that are here on the property and watching online, let me give you some updates here. So in our Unlimited class, we originally started with, I believe, 3 people in Unlimited. It has grown to 5. And Josh Davis and Devin Vanderhoof with the convertible drop-top Vanilla Ice-inspired Mustang. And I'm kidding about the Vanilla Ice-inspired Mustang because it doesn't have a white convertible top, so it's not truly inspired by Vanilla Ice. Although they do let the rag top down so their hair can blow. We do have a photo of that. Thank you very much, Luke, for posting that yesterday. That car originally was running in our modified class, and for those of you that may remember from Sick Week, that car was running on the 235 Rowdy radial class and ran in the 4.5 second range at over 166 miles an hour. And then he put the quote-unquote bigger tires on today. That's the 275 radials that most people call small. They call them large/medium. And they have run 686 at 208 on day 1. Then 676 at 208 yesterday. They had the quickest pass yesterday for all cars, including the big tire cars, and they are now leading the Unlimited class. Steve Morris with the Boostmaster wagon, who was the leader at 666 from day 1, fell to number 2 from day 2, as what happened was Steve basically went through the entire car. He threw everything he could at it, including the kitchen sink, couldn't find what was going wrong with it after a 12-second pass earlier in the day. He came to the staging lanes as we closed the lanes. He was wiring in a brand new ECU and managed to run a 683. The problem was he was on a single and he couldn't get the car to bump into the beams under full boost. So his reaction time was north of 1 second, and the rule is anything that is over 1 second on reaction time to try to keep cars and trucks going down the track together, it gets added to your ET. So if you take Steve Morris's 683 and you add the amount of time in the reaction time over 1 second, it creates an 849 pass. So his 683 became an 849. His average is now 658, and he's in the number 2 spot. Timothy Blythe with the 64 Triumph Spitfire is in number 3. He has been in the mid to low 8s all week so far with the twin turbo LS that looks a little sketchy, we'll call it. The Unlimited Iron class has been run by day number 1 by Bryant Goldstone. Goldstone, the previous Drag and Drive winner with the 73 AMC Javelin. He went 668 on the first day. He was the number 2 guy as far as ET goes. Second best speed, 217. He backed it up with a 677 at 211 yesterday to have a healthy lead of a 672 average over the number 2 car and probably the loudest car on the property, Pat Miker with the 67 Chevelle. It's got an F3 Pro Charger and a Lenko behind it. That car has gone 801 the first day and 811 the second day for an 806 average. In the modified class, or actually, excuse me, let me back up a minute. The Unlimited Iron class, the interesting of note person that is out is Alex Taylor. Taylor was the Unlimited Iron winner at SIG Week. She ran in the 6s at 4 out of 5 racetracks and did average a 6-second pass. But unfortunately, she had 2 holes go down on day number 2, and it was too much damage to fix. So they have packed the car up and headed back to Arkansas, and a tough break there for Alex Taylor, but she is out of competition. Now in the modified class, Cletus McFarland was at the front of the class with a 692 after day number 1, but had problems yesterday, and they were so severe that he found out that the crankshaft was walking when he was trying to put new bearings into it. So Garrett left the racetrack yesterday on a trailer. He is out of competition. That swings Clark Rosenstengel in the twin-turbo 2010 model Camaro to the top of the list, as he has gone 7.6 seconds at both the first 2 stops for a 765 average. He leads
3-2-1
over Michael Manuel in number 2 with a 768, a car that he has owned since he has been 16 years old. I talked to a couple friends of his. In the 89 Camaro, he said he pretty much did everything short of paint on it in his own garage, and that's pretty cool to see that. It's a twin-turbo big block 89 Camaro. Dwayne Roll is in the number 3 spot with his 92 Mustang, but he's already had a parts call to try and have something delivered back to the hotel, so we haven't seen him at the racetrack yet. We'll have to see if he can make it. Apparently, he called in an order to Summit, and a racetrack worker named Billy Joe actually came and picked it up for him and is delivering it 9 miles away. Now, that is legal. I have clarified it through Keith Turk. If you have either a fellow competitor or a friend deliver a part to you, Keith Turk said it is okay. So that is being done right now, and Roll is obviously thrashing and bashing on it at the hotel. Hopefully we'll see him out here today.
Blue. They're blue, aren't they? My mom would be so proud. Unbelievable. I dressed myself. How about that?
Where he is going to do he's in front of the stands. Okay, so he's going to do our intro here in just a second. So I'm going to jump off the mic. We're going to let Don O'Neill say what he needs to say.
What we got? I need a time, count, something. Six Summer day number 4, and where are we? A little small gym over in Iowa called Earlville. I know most people go, well, Iowa, that's Field of Dreams. Well, we got a whole lot of dreams that are going to try to wrap themselves up and keep pushing forward on day number 4. Yep, we've lost a couple hitters, but what we have got in the making are a couple individuals who are looking to solidify their spot in the Drag and Drive competition. Yesterday, Call yesterday, the day of JD, Josh Davis. He and Devin killed it. They worked hard all day long. That convertible top Mustang, they've been eating ice cream for the last 3 days traveling around. They're getting ready to see if they can put a cherry on top today and tomorrow. But first out, Fast Eddie. Reset, lowered the naturally aspirated record. He is still pushing forward. We have got great weather conditions, which we should have called this like 6 spring, or because 6 summer, that is not what we have right now. Racetrack temps are cool, air's good. We've got great fans. They got t-shirts on, and they're excited to see some racing on day number 4. Folks, they're excited. I'm a little perplexed because I thought I put on black shorts. These are blue. Let's get back at action on a hot racetrack, Tri-State Raceway, Earlville, Iowa. 6 summer 2023, TBM Brakes, Gear Vendors Overdrive. Back to you, Derek.
All right, so at this time, I will take C Group. C is in Charlie. C Group, I'll take you to the lanes, please. C Group. C Group, I will take you to the lanes at this time, please. C Group. C Group, I will take you to the lanes at this time, please. Ladies and gentlemen that are on the live feed, as well as all the people that are filling in the grandstands, we again appreciate your patience as we continue to get the racetrack prepped. It has given us a little bit of a hard time here this morning, so we are still working on that. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we appreciate your patience. Thank you. I know some people that are thrashing on their cars back in the pit area probably appreciate the late start. It gives them a little bit of extra time. Over 2,700 people on the live feed currently, so we will be up and running as soon as we get a chance. Once again, for all competitors, a couple of things to make note of. Number one, when you come down to do your burnout, remember there is a steel grate as well as a steel plate for the water and then the water runoff. So please make sure when you pull up, pull forward enough to get off the steel plate to do your burnout. Number two, when you complete your run and you pick up your time slip at the time slip shack, you're going to make your first right. Do not take the return road that goes down in front of the grandstands. Please take your first right to head back to the pit area. For all cars that need to be weighed today, please make sure that you go to the right of the Y to visit the scales. Each and every car that has to have a weight restriction on it needs to be weighed after each and every pass. If you skip one, it's a DQ to your time. If you would like to scale your car, if you don't require it in your class, you're welcome to do so. So as I started talking about earlier, giving you some of our class leaders and who is still in competition. Unfortunately, as I've mentioned, 2 of the big names, 2 of our 6-second competitors, we had 5 of them when we started, and we are down to 3 as unfortunately we lost Alex Taylor and we also lost Cletus McFarland. We lost Alex Taylor after day number 2 when she went 2 holes down in her car after a 697 pass. And then unfortunately we lost Cletus McFarland yesterday. He did go 687 and then had some problems with the car on his second run, tried to get back after it, pulled the pan off of it to put some fresh bearings in it, and found that the crankshaft was walking way too much. So rather than risk it, he just buttoned it back up and put it on a trailer. And unfortunately, it looks like he is either heading back to Florida or he might have just made the short trip to Motion Raceworks to put it up on a lift and see what it looks like. I have not gotten a follow-up yet on that, but that's what I know happened as of yesterday. Steve Morris, our leader after the initial first day, went through a bunch of problems yesterday. He started with a 12-second pass and then managed to go 683 on his second pass after literally, as I said, throwing everything he could think of at it, including the kitchen sink. He even swapped the ECU at the last minute in the lanes and made a 683 pass, but in doing so, he had over a 1-second reaction time, so it was added to his ET per the rules, and he has an 849 on the book, so that knocked him into the number 2 spot in Unlimited. So as of right now, let me go through a couple of our leaders. So again, Josh Davis in Devin Vanderhoof's Mustang is leading Unlimited. Unlimited Iron is being led by Bryant Goldstone in the AMC Javelin. The modified class is being led by Clark Rosenstengel in the 2010 Chevy Camaro. Pro Street is being led by John Ferroni in the 72 Chrysler Aussie Charger, the right-hand driver. The Super Street class is being led by Corey Thompson in the twin-turboed 67 Chevelle. And that car actually munched a lifter on day number 2, and he had the engine scattered out like a yard sale to get it fixed, but got it back together and has made 2 passes in the 7th so far. The stick shift category has been quite popular here at the 6th Summer, and it is being led by Brian Crane in his 2003 Mustang Cobra with a pair of 8.7-second runs. The naturally aspirated category, that has been an interesting one to talk about. Ed Enzor, I believe is how you say the last name, with a 632 cubic inch 85 Mustang, currently on his way to record-setting levels in naturally aspirated. He went 749 on day 1, 746 on day 3. Those 2 passes are both below the record currently held by James Doc McIntyre with the C-Red 68 Camaro. If Ed can finish the week, it is very possible that we could see a brand new quickest run, single run, in naturally aspirated form, as well as a new naturally aspirated average. And that has not been held by anybody other than Doc McIntyre for quite some time. So Ed is, as some people putting it in the live chat, doing the Lord's work, no power adders, and running in the mid-7s. Our Rowdy Radial 8th mile 26 8.5-inch tire class is being led by Andy Cook in the 2005 GTO. He has gone 5.23 seconds at not 1 but 2 tracks so far. So he is leading CJ Durbin in the S10, and EJ, who is making her first start ever in drag and drive in the 57 Chevy Gasser that has Sick the Magazine on the side, and Sam from the Cletus McFarland Group is her co-pilot this week. So they have been having a grand old time. The cars fought them a little bit at the beginning because it didn't start until Saturday before the event, so they didn't even have any shakedown runs on it before they pulled into Cordova Raceway. The Sick Week Freaks is being led by Rob Courtney. His all-wheel drive stick shift 95 Civic has run in the 9.1 second range and then 926 for a 918 average. So he is leading Sick Week Freaks. The Hot Rods versus Beatles category is being led by Darwin Peterson in the 55 Chevy 210 sedan with a low 10-second average. The Street Race 275 and 6 Street Race category is being led by a pair of Mustangs, both of them real close to the 8.50 second average. Travis Larson, who knocked out an 8.508 on day number 1, currently averaged 8.53. He leads Jeremy Ortiz, who is trying to chase some new threads into a spark plug hole in his 95 Nissan. In the 6 Street Race category, Cameron Alley in his orange, I believe we call it Sick Orange. I'm not sure if there actually is a Sick Orange color, but Tom Bailey did sign off on it. The 97 Cobra is now averaging 8.52.1, and he is being chased by Tim Flanders in the Avalanche Gray 86 Ford Mustang at 8.53.3, so they're separated by about 100th of a second. And what brought Tim Flanders all the way up to the number 2 spot is he went 8.502. Keep in mind, both of those classes that I just mentioned, the 6 Street Race 275 class and the 6 Street Race class, you can't run any quicker than 8.500 because it is a cage-restricted class, so that's as quick as you can go. So if you go something like, say, 8:40, which Tim Flanders actually did run yesterday, you can't turn that time slip in. If you tried to, they'd give you a 20-second time slip. Now, so far, we have had a bunch of people in our Dial Your Own and Pro Dial Your Own class. And then for our Sick Bullseye Challenge class, David Pascal in the 87 Buick Regal won it on day number 1. The Bullseye was 25. He went 12.29, so he was 400ths above. Yesterday, the Sick Bullseye Challenge at Great Lakes Dragway was won by John Mortensen. The 1930 Supercharged Model A went 10.11, and the Bullseye was 11. Nicholas Saraju with the 2020 Ford Mustang went 11.12 to be 100th above the Bullseye for number 2. And Adam Malik with the 1969 GMC pickup truck that he calls the Party Wagon went 14.12, so he was 100th above. So we had 3 cars less than 200ths of a second away from the Bullseye yesterday. Those were number 1, 2, and 3. We do a different Bullseye every day. The Bullseye for today is 54. So what you want to do is run something as close to 54 as possible without going under it. So if you run 53, that's no good. If you run 55, that's good. Now, whether it would win or not, I don't know, because as I mentioned, on the first day, 400ths above the Bullseye got you number 1. Yesterday, dead on, 100th above with a 3 on the end of it, and 100th above with a 6 on the end of it is what got you to a top 3. The Yukon man out there, Rovic, walking back from the starting line. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to talk about some sportsmanship. Check this out. Rovic, who made over a 5,000-mile drive to participate with us on Sick Week earlier this year, he's got a 1967 model Oldsmobile Cutlass. He found out that a fellow competitor who had not staged the car in time and was sitting behind the tower, literally like just dead in the water for over an hour. Rovic is like the 5th to last pair to go down the racetrack. The guy comes to the tower and tells me he needs a rotor for an MSD distributor. Now, with about 6 minutes to go before we close racing for the day, it is absolutely crazy to think that we can find somebody that's just going to run a spare cap and rotor to this guy in 6 minutes. Rovic is belted in his car, and here's the announcement. He rolls his window down and lets the guy in the dart know along the side, hey, I'm going to make my pass, go back to the pit area, tear my distributor apart, and I'm going to run my cap and rotor over to you so you can make your pass in time to stay in competition. So Rovic makes the run, goes back to the pits, no doubt a hot distributor that he pulls apart, runs everything up to the guy in the dart. That's John Wiseman. And Wiseman, who was making his first drag and drive appearance ever, gets everything put together in time, locks off a 10:46 pass, and is still in competition. So that is the spirit of not only drag racing, but the drag and drive community, is helping your fellow racer to know that we could send 2 cars to the starting line instead of 1, or keep somebody in competition, even if they end up possibly beating you at the end of the week. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so at this time, I have been told that we are ready to rock and roll. But before we do so, there is a time-honored tradition that we need to do at the racetrack. So all of you that are here on the property, I would ask that you please stand and remove your headgear, as we will do our invocation followed by our national anthem. C Group cars, if you could please load up. We are going to get you started here in just a minute. If you would all bow with me, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you today and ask for your safety, your guiding hand, and allow everybody here to enjoy the sport we love, drag racing, and of course the drag and drive community. We ask that you keep all of our competitors safe. We ask that you keep all of our spectators safe, our drag and drive competitors, our Sick Week competitors. We ask that you keep everybody safe here at the track as they watch, as they work, as they race, and as we head to the next facility. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. We would ask that you please remain standing and direct your attention towards the flag as we play our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, let's pass out the ammunition and go to battle here on day number 4 of 6 Summer, brought to us by our friends at TBM Brakes. The live stream being brought to us by Rick and his group from Gear Vendors Overdrive. Thank you all so much for joining us here on property. Thank you to everyone who is joining us on the live stream. Over 3,000 strong. Make sure you tell your friends and neighbors in case they want to feel like working today with us. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and smash the like button. We appreciate each and every one of you support for 6 Summer, the first time we have done it. We hope to do it again next year. We've got cars and drivers suited up. Water is down on the skid pad. Once again, drivers, please make sure you pull forward off the steel plate before you do your burnout. Otherwise, things might get spicy. They'll only do it once, according to Don O'Neill. Some people might like to party, Don. They might decide to try and do it twice. Remember, drag racers are stupid enough to try things twice. Yep, yep, exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes your first 2 cars. You hear race cars? Oh, good, okay. I was hoping it wasn't just me. I didn't want to be that odd guy that just heard race cars. Once again, if you are on the property, feel free to check out the live stream. Again, it is on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. That is Bailey. And if you know somebody that's at home that would like to watch the racing action, make sure you let them know. Tom Bretson, the 2018 model Mustang right side, the 96 Dodge Avenger over on left-hand side. Right side gets there first, 10:25, 142 for Tom. 11:06 at 121 for the Dodge Avenger of Michael Cole. Here comes our next pair. Edward Tilrock in the 68 Chevelle over on the left-hand side. And the Hellcat Challenger, right-hand side. It's one of 2 black Challengers that we have joining us here this week. As a matter of fact, they lined up against each other yesterday. Rick Callahan is running the Bullseye Challenge. Tilrock is running Dial Your Own. 10:43 at 130, so the Challenger is close, but he's about 1100ths too quick for the Bullseye. 10:64 at 130 for the Chevelle left-hand side. Rovek Ahuja out of the Yukon, the 1967 Cutlass will come up left-hand side. The 2-lane blacktop-inspired 55 Chevy right-hand side. Rovek's Oldsmobile is Oldsmobile-powered, I am told. Marty Pixler in the 55 Chevy, but Rovek got to get there first, 10:25 at 132, 11:67 at 112 for the 55 Chevy. For everybody that is starting to check in live and online, thank you so much for joining us. I will try to keep my eye on the live chat when I get a chance. For everybody that is continuing to send good thoughts and wishes our way as we continue on here with Six Summer, we thank you so much for doing so. TJ Hodge in the 65 Mercury Comet over on the left-hand side. The Dodge Dart Swinger. Yeah, it's a swinger, so it's extra fun for Michael Turner. Turner goes 1170 at 114, 1034 at 135 for the Mercury Comet. Once again, a big shout out to TBM Brakes, and also a big thank you to Gear Vendors Overdrive for being the sponsor of the live feed. TBM Brakes, our official event sponsor. Doug Cook and his gang, thank you so much for being part of everything. The 17-year-old in the Mustang over on the left-hand side, out here having more fun than most 17-year-olds would, but he's having a good time with it. He goes 1142 at 118, 1105 at 119 for Dean Teppen in the 1965 Nova. Cole Reimar is in the Mustang over on the left-hand side. I talked to him yesterday, and his dad said if he passed his driver's exam on his first try, he would let him do his first drag and drive at the age of 16. So this is his second official drag and drive. How about the 1930 Model A will come up next in the right-hand lane. That's John Mortensen. Mortensen won the Bullseye class yesterday. He went dead on the 11 with a 10-11 with a 2. He's racing the third-gen Camaro over on the left-hand side. How about 1056 at 113? He knows what he's doing. The Bullseye is 54, and John Mortensen just laid down a 200s above pass. Good run there for the Model A. 1035 at 136 for the third-gen Camaro of Tyler Sandow. Chris Van Worden in the hubcap wearing 1967 model Chevy Nova, the turbocharged Malibu station wagon over on the right-hand side. That's Biff Rollins. Rollins in the 1979 model wagon, and he doesn't find the traction he wants. Chris, on the other hand, is hooked up and gone in the small block Nova, looking for a low 10-second pass. And goes 10:16 at 133, 11:31, but at 133 miles an hour for the turbocharged wagon. A good chance we'll see him back for another shot. Yeah, the Bullseye almost getting knocked out right off the bat as the guy who won it all yesterday got it done here today. 200s above, that's what you need to beat in order to get around the Bullseye. The police pursuit vehicle in the 67 model Chevy pickup truck next. The pickup truck right-hand side goes 1171 at 128. That's Anthony McDowell's pickup truck. 1258 at 111 for the police pursuit vehicle over on the left-hand side. That's Corey Rusek, I believe. No, actually, yeah, that's Corey Rusek over in the 2014 police pursuit vehicle, the Caprice. Doug Needle, and there's a J in his name. He had to give me some help here on that one. 990 at 131 for the motor, all hanging out of the 88 Mustang right side. Left-hand side goes 1053 at 130. That was Nathan McMaster in the 2000 model Chevy Camaro. Steve Niles comes up next. The red 1972 Olds Cutlass. He's one of two couples on this trip that are celebrating their anniversary, and what better place to celebrate your anniversary than on a drag and drive. He'll face the third gen Camaro on the right side of the racetrack. The third gen Camaro in our 6 street race category is Nathan Hines. To the top end, they go 10-12 at 138 out of the Camaro, 11:42 at 116 for the left-hand side. That's Steve Niles. How about a 1994 model Ford pickup truck? The Ford pickup truck belongs to Thomas Keeper. Keeper in the 94 Ford over on the left-hand side. The 2020 model Ford GT over on the right-hand side. That's Nicholas Saraju. Saraju finished second in the Bullseye Challenge yesterday. He was 100th above the Bullseye on his pass. He went 11-12. He needed to go 11-11. Let's see if he can get close to that 54 Bullseye here today. Both of them roll in and are ready. Off the starting line they go. Tom Keeper in the 94 Ford pickup truck out in front. The Coyote-powered Mustang trying to give chase. Left side gets there first, 10:69 at 126. 11:30 at 127 for the Mustang. He's about, we'll call it 2,400ths under the number that he wants to run. So he might come back around and try that one again. Our next pair, the third-gen Camaro right-hand side, and Steve Eden in the 1970 model Chevy Nova. Eden, according to my information from the pit area, Michael Narks has done every Hot Rod Drag Week since 2007 with this tan and black Chevy Nova. So who is the fastest still in? The answer to that question would be Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis with the small-tired Mustang, as well as Bryant Goldstone, who is still in with the AMC Javelin. Steve Morris slowed a little bit yesterday. Wheels up for the Nova of Eden. And the Chevrolet Camaro going down right-hand side. Both of them looking for something in the bottom 11's high 10s. 11:18, 120 for the Nova. 11:08 at 126 for the Camaro. How about the beautiful True Super Sport turquoise colored 1970 model Chevelle over left-hand side? We did a story on this on sickthemag.com on the web. That's Ken Cuttle Jr. Jr. with the big block naturally aspirated Chevelle, just as God intended it. The fifth-gen Camaro over on the right-hand side. That's David Moharan. Moharan's running the stick shift class and goes 11:76 at 123. 10:56 with a 2 on the end of it at 126 for the big block Chevelle. Speaking of Chevelles, here comes another one. This is a 1964 model Chevrolet Chevelle. This is Tyler Bertrand. Bertrand is running the naturally aspirated class with the Chevelle. He'll face Tom and Ian Hogshead. Tom and Ian Hogshead spinning off the starting line a little bit. This car has also been on several drag and drives, and he has the dubious distinction of being the guy who bought a brand new big block for the car, didn't tell his wife about it, and then made the mistake of telling Freiberger and Loans about it, so they broadcasted it over the internet, and his wife found out that way. Yeah, not a smooth move, X-Lax. 11:07 at 129 for the Nova, 10:68 for the Chevelle. Can you imagine trying to explain that one away? I don't tell my wife that I bought a new big block. I mean, and that's a sizable purchase too. But then she finds out about it over the internet. Whoops. Sometimes just don't say it. The 64 Plymouth Valiant over on the right side, and the turbocharged wagon, the patriotic theme wagon over on the left-hand side. Very little in the Mercury Zephyr wagon. The Plymouth Valiant is Chuck Sorensen. Sorensen goes 11:41 at 116, 10:85 at 124 for the patriotic wagon. Yeah, that's the Mercury. If you want to know the difference between the Mercury and the Ford, the difference is the Mercury automatically means wood grain. Not really, but that's what I always see. Usually if you park a Mustang and a Mercury Cougar next to each other, especially in the 60s, usually the Mercury Cougar would have more style, more panache, I guess is the way you could put it. But I always see more wood grain in the, yes, I'm using big words early in the morning. I'm sorry. Big word. Yes, I used panache before 11 o'clock. Well, wait, technically it's after 11 o'clock on the East Coast, so I'm still okay by 2 minutes. 2008 model Jeep SRT 8 over on the right side. The 1974 naturally aspirated Nova on the left-hand side. Jeep out in front. Jeep goes 10:42, 132, 11:42, 1 full second slower exactly at 109 for the Nova. Over 3,700 people watching live and online. We thank you all for joining us. Once again, a big shout out to TBM Brakes, the official event sponsor. Gear Vendors Overdrive, our official live stream sponsor, as there are over 3,600 people that are currently working online. The 1962 Pontiac Tempest. Yeah, this is before they used an A-body platform. It was a little bit smaller. He calls it ill-tempered. He's going to face the 1984 LTD wagon. That LTD wagon's going to surprise a couple of you. You're going to sit there and think the Pontiac's got this one well in hand. Actually, in this case, it does. It looks like the wagon is slowing over its earlier pass. I'm disappointed. 1082 at 120 for the ill-tempered Pontiac. Kevin Cloden's Pontiac going 1082. 1291 to just 106 for the wagon of Chuck Hoekstra. And Hoekstra has been in the 10s. So, come on, Chuck, you need to step it up for us, buddy. You bragged about how you want to try and run in the 9s tomorrow. Don't let us down here. The Hustlin' Hillbilly 55 Chevy Gasser will come up next, left side of the racetrack. Right-hand side, the Camaro. The 2000 model with an orange influence. The Camaro is Eric Berkovic. Berkovic looking for the 10s. Goes 1063 at 122. 1002 with a 1 at the end of it at 131 for the Hustlin' Hillbilly 55 Chevy. That's Darwin Peterson. He is our current leader in the Gases Hot Rods Beatles class. Speaking of black with orange influence, we've got both colors covered on the starting line here in our next pair. The Bullseye Challenge car of Shane Bryant, the 1973 model Chevy Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack. So he's looking for 54 or slower at the end of his time slip. The orange Dodge Challenger over on the left-hand side is Lloyd Church. Church is a 2022 model Dodge Challenger. And right now it's a Dodge Challenger that's having traction problems. The Camaro to the finish line. Goes 1170 at 117. It's not a bad pass, but it's about 1,600 slow. 1173 at 132 for the Challenger after a 185 60-foot time. That's not optimal for low ETs. That'll bring up the 2003 Mustang Mach 1. Yeah, these were originally delivered with the shaker scoop, but this one has decided to go the Cal Hood route instead. That shaker scoop is a really cool deal, as when they brought it back, they actually hooked it up and everything, so it still shakes just like it did on the original cars. Jason Turner driving the stick shift Mach 1 over on the right-hand side. The Potent Fast F-150 over on the left-hand side. The white pick-em-up truck belonging to Ryan Bowden. Bowden 2018 model F-150 has been in the 10s most of the week. Let's see what he does right here. Attention to the bits, attention to the bits. I will take the A and B slick tire class to lane number 4. A and B slick tire class to lane number 4, please. And once again, the left-hand side not showing the traction we need. And the pickup truck pulling over to the side and stopping as Turner goes 1124 at 126 in the stick shift Mustang. Unfortunately for the F-150, came off the starting line and spun the tires. And it looks like he is going to slowly roll down the left-hand side out of the groove. If you do believe you have a problem, getting out of the groove is important, but stopping is also important. If, God forbid, you're leaking fluids, we want to make sure we get you stopped and get it cleaned up in as small of an area as possible. Hopefully, Bowman knew that he didn't have any issues as far as fluid. He was just trying to make sure he didn't roll down the middle of the lane. Once again, A and B slick tire cars. A and B slick tire cars. I need you to the lanes, please. A and B slick tire cars. And actually, A and B slick tire cars, I need you to lane 5, not lane 4, please. A and B slick tire cars, A and B slick tire cars, lane number 5. A and B radial cars, when I call you, you will use lanes 3 and 4. A and B slick tire cars, lane number 5. A and B radial, you're on standby. I'll call you to lanes 3 and 4. My inbound lanes are open. Inbound lane number 1 for slick. Inbound lane number 2 for radial. So if you are in quarantine and you would like to come up, which means you can come up at any time, quarantine lane 1 for slicks, quarantine lane 2 for radials. Right-hand side is John McCudden in the 2021 Challenger. Left-hand side is Newman Barker in the 2017 VW Golf. The Golf going 11:35 at 120 with all four wheels turning. 10:99, 125 for the Dodge Challenger. That'll bring up the 2017 Nicky-inspired Camaro. For those of you that have been around the horsepower game long enough, Nicky was one of the supercar builders back in the 60s and 70s. They would swap big block Chevy engines into cars that either didn't have them or didn't have as many cubic inches behind them. So the Nicky-inspired 10-second Camaro coming up right-hand side. It's a 2017 model Camaro. It belongs to Matt Peckham. I followed behind him on part of the tour yesterday as we drove to the Field of Dreams area. He handled the turns a little bit better than the Six Summer-inspired Tahoe. To the finish line for Peckham goes 10:07 at 142 for Matt. The Mustang over left-hand side goes 13:82 at just 97 miles an hour, having problems on the run. Our next pair, we'll bring up Ron Augustine. Augustine, the turbocharged 1972 model Chevy Chevelle. He will face the plain brown wrapper Chevy Malibu with a little clear hood scoop on the top to get some extra air to the engine. The Malibu belonging to Todd Clement, 1981 model two-door Malibu. That was the last year they named the two-door Malibu. He's off the starting line ahead of Ron Augustine. Augustine having some problems, has already had to pedal the car. Right-hand side has no problems at all. 10:22 with a 2 at the end of it at 131 for Clement. Left-hand side goes 11:43 at 133. He's been in the bottom 10s most of the time. Here comes the guy I was telling you about yesterday. This is John Wiseman. Wiseman bringing out the family-owned Dodge Dart for the first time in, I believe, over a decade. The car was sitting idle behind the starting line, not able to make a pass until just before the close. And Anthony Wiseman now back in competition thanks to the good nature of Rovick, giving him a cap and rotor. He spun off the starting line there, but he's still going to make the pass anyway in the supercharged Dart. Goes 10:77 at 112. It'll keep him in competition, but it's not the number he wanted. So they'll go back to the pits and possibly take a look at it. As again, this is his first drag and drive ever with that car.
How you guys doing in class?
There's only one car in our class.
So he may go back to the pit area and take a look at the data and try to come back and make another pass later in the day today. But like I said, that run right there does keep him in competition. And he made the last pass of the day yesterday to stay in competition. Once again, my quarantine lanes. Lane number 1 for slicks. Lane number 2 for radials. Once again, quarantine. Lane number 1 for slicks. Lane number 2 for radials. I have called A and B slick tire cars to lane number 5. A and B slick tire cars to lane number 5. A and B group radials, you are on standby. A and B group radials, you are on standby. At this time, I will close the rear of the lanes to the C group. C as in Charlie. Your lanes are now closed. C group.
Yeah.
C group, your lanes are now closed. C group. C group is in Charlie. Your lanes are now closed.
Still gonna do any of the NMC stuff?
Probably Martin and Indy, the last two, right?
No, we got Nolan.
Oh, probably that one too.
Ladies and gentlemen that are sitting out there in the grandstands, I want to let you know that one of our track workers here has let me know that he believes this is one of the biggest crowds to ever be in the grandstands here at Tri-State. So thank you all so much for coming out here on Thursday. But as I said earlier, who wants to go to work when you can come out here and watch great drag racing on our Drag and Drive, day number 4 of 6 summer?
What size, what class size?
82?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, 82.
It looks a lot lighter than the fucking Sigma 105.
To make the most powerful muscle car in the world, you might think we signed a deal with the devil. That's ridiculous. We just summoned a demon.
Some folks do it for money, others do it for free. Why anyone else would bother never meant much to me. Some call it obsession, something like a possession. But me, myself, and I, we just call it what it is, yeah, the profession.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine actually. See you later.
Antifreeze and coolant, fueled by freedom. Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going to town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit, and not stopping until the old tires pop. And when the day is done, there's nothing more satisfying than cracking open some cold snacks, kicking off the old earth stompers, and blasting some rock and roll on the old radio. So let's rev up our engines and chase our dreams because we're fueled by freedom.
See Mike Clark all the time. He does not play baseball.
Who's playing baseball?
This is Clark.
Oh,
Here's absolute dinger.
God dang.
Just right.
He would do that.
It was. I don't know who else was there, but I know Luke was there. We were all playing. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I would have liked to have hung out a little bit and chilled.
But did you guys ever find a hotel?
Yeah, we did it with Best Western and Dubuque.
Oh shit.
So it was about 45 minutes away maybe.
Yeah, so that's where we. That was.
All right, so we are doing our final touch-up before we finish the remainder of C-Class. Once again, A and B Group Slick Tire, A and B Group Slick Tire, lane 5, A and B Group Radial, A and B Group Radial. You need to stay in the pits, please. A and B Group Radial. I have not called you yet. A and B Group Radial. Please stay in the pits. For some of the people that are on the live chat that are asking about stuff, please don't forget we have Real Tom, we have Fake Tom, we have Real Fake Tom. I believe we have Hot Dog Tom, we have Ice Cream Tom. We'll probably come up with some other ones. Imposter Tom. Tom Bailey is actually driving the ice cream truck with Jason Sack this week.
What's up? They're running him again, I think, because Tyler came back up.
So we are bringing around our second helping of the C group. These are the cars that got back into the lanes in time. Right now we have 3 cars that are in the 6s that are still in competition because we have asked. We started with 5. We now have Breakage I can't say it. Breakfast sausage Tom, which is correct. We do have breakfast sausage Tom. Although he wasn't handing out the breakfast sausage this morning. Jason Sack was. I know, I went and checked. Same two cars that we started with will get us started again here as we finish out the session. Tom Brett's over on the right-hand side in the 2018 Mustang GT. He's lined up against the Dodge Avenger over on the left-hand side. Brett's looking for a low 10-second pass out of the Mustang. And looks like he's going to get it this time. 10:19 at 142. 11:29 at 105 for the Avenger of Michael Cole. Here comes Rovek out of the Yukon. As I mentioned earlier, he drove 5,600 miles to participate with us on Sick Week earlier this year. I have a feeling he probably drove significantly less mileage to be at Sick Summer. I did not get an actual ETA on mileage, though. By the way, if you've never met Rovek, he is a great guy, but he is a very tall, intimidating-looking dude who has never met a razor in his life. He stages up right-hand side in the 67 Cutlass. Left-hand side in the late model Dodge Challenger. In the Bullseye Challenge is Rick Callahan. So Callahan is looking for something with a 54 at the end of it. 10:44, he's a tenth too quick at 126. 10:04 with a 6 at 133. That's one of Rovek's best passes of the week so far. Again, the Bullseye Challenge number for today is 54. So what competitors are trying to do is get as close to the 54 as possible without going under it. Oh, look at this. We have all the Toms being brought up. Barbecue Tom, Tomboy, Tom Me, Breakfast Burrito Tom, Pizza Tom. Well, Tom does own Sick Pizza, so I guess we technically can say there is Pizza Tom. By the way, Sick Pizza is amazing. I only had 3 varieties of it when I was in Michigan, but the barbecue chicken pizza is amazing. I highly recommend it. And that's not just kissing Tom's butt to keep my job. 10:66 at 128 for the Mercury over our left-hand side. 11:77, 114 right-hand side for the Dodge Dart Swinger. Margarita Tom is always fun to have at the checkpoints. At what point does breakfast sausage Tom go to barbecue Tom? I'm guessing it's about 11 o'clock. I'll have to verify that. I will get with the official shift leader. Cole Reimars, the 17-year-old Cole Reimars in the 96 Mustang over on the left-hand side. Another 11:47 at 118 for him. 10:52 at 124 for the third-gen Camaro on the right-hand side. That's Tyler Sandow. The 1930 Model A. Coming up next, John Mortensen. Mortensen is already the leader in the clubhouse on the Bullseye Challenge. The Bullseye is 54. He went 10:56 earlier, so he's real close to it. Oh, he just misses it. 10:53 with a 4. He's 6 thou under. He's still the leader, though, at 200ths above. 10:19 and 132 for Chris Van Werden in the big block, or excuse me, in the small block naturally aspirated 67 Nova. He'd probably come fight me if I said that it was a big block, when in reality it's a naturally aspirated small block Chevy. Tom will leave the light on for you at Motel 6. I think we need to get a shirt made with Tom with leaving the light on at the motel. Biff Rollins, pretty cool name. In the Malibu station wagon, the turbocharged wagon, going down left side. 10:05 at 136 after he spun on his last pass. 10:83 at 128 for the 1967 Chevy pickup truck over on the right-hand side. That'll bring up the Mustang versus Camaro battle. And again, as I mentioned, to my knowledge, I believe John Mortensen in the 1930 Model A is currently our leader in the Bullseye category. The Bullseye is 54. He went 10:56. I believe he's the leader. That's unofficial, keep in mind. The Mustang of Nicholas Saraju over on the left-hand side. He was number 2 in our Bullseye class yesterday. He's racing the third-gen Camaro of Nicholas Martino. Martino goes 10:99. 11:65 for the Mustang. That's closer to the Bullseye number. He's still missing it by a little bit, though. He's about a tenth above. At this time, I will take A and B group radial cars. A and B group radial cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. A and B group radial cars. A and B group radial cars to the staging lanes, please. A and B group radial cars. A and B group radial cars to the lanes, please. Steve Eden, right side. Doug Nadal over on left side. Nadal in the 88 Mustang that he was thrashing on just to make it here. Ran out of room to put a hood on it and just said, we'll stick it out instead. 1014 and 113 for the orange Mustang. 1077 and 120 for the, we'll call it tan, butternut, yellow-ish Chevy Nova of Steve Eden.
I don't think Devin's going to crank a 6.
Ian Hogshead once again having traction problems. He switched lanes with the big block Nova, still having trouble getting a hold of the racetrack. He's racing Tyler Bertrand on this pass. Tyler goes 1048 at 128, 1106 at 128 for the big block Disco Nova.
Looked like he had some shock adjustment issues. It was like...
Here comes the stick shift 1994 Ford Ranger. This is Aaron Gerke. Watch this thing leave when he drops the hammer. I mean, like the bed, the cab, everything just shakes in this thing. And Aaron dropping the laundry yesterday to do a gender reveal and found out he's going to have a baby girl, his first kid, and he found out by pulling the parachute. Pretty cool way to do it. The 1964 Plymouth Valiant over on left side. Gerke all over the right-hand side of the racetrack, and he wisely backs off the loud pedal to save the parts and pieces. Chuck Sorensen in the street race car goes 1136 at 116 as Aaron Gerke will no doubt kind of do a reset and bring everything back in the Ford Ranger. So yeah, we've had a couple of cars spin on the left side. We've had a couple of cars spin on the right side. So today may very well be a traction management issue. It just depends on how everything works its way out. We'll just have to kind of see as the day plays on. Cordova was over 130 degrees on the first 2 days, our test day and day number 1. So obviously, again, you got to make your car work for the racetrack, not the other way around. The 1978 Mercury Zephyr wagon of Barry Little left side. Right-hand side is Eric Berkovet. Berkovet in the Camaro goes 1016 at 102, 1085 at 121 for the long roof wagon. These two faced each other the last time, and they will face each other again here. Lloyd Church left side in the orange Challenger. The 73 model Chevy Camaro is up right-hand side. The Bullseye Challenge car of Shane Bryant. So Shane is also looking for something close to 54. That would be optimal. That's what he'd like to find. So 55 would be good. It would take over the lead. 56, depending on what the number is at the very end of it, would get him into first or second. The Challenger, once again, having some traction troubles off the starting line. Puts the Camaro out in front. He goes 11:52. Just 200ths under the Bullseye number. Oh, salt in the wound. 11 flat with a 4 at 131 for the Dodge. That brings up David Barker. Barker in what he calls Plan B, the all-wheel drive 2017 VW Golf. It's mid-11 second Golf. He'll face Neil Tempest, the Pontiac Tempest. Over on the left-hand side, the Tempest belonging to Kevin Clowett. Clowen's been in the 10s so far here this week and continues to live there. 1080 at 120, 1131 at 120. That's been one of the quicker passes of the week for David Barker in the VW. Over 4,000 people strong watching the live stream right now. Ron Augustine coming up in the turbocharged Chevelle right-hand side. It's a 1972 model Chevelle. He just bumped through the beams. They're going to try to get him to slow it down and possibly back it up.
Homeboy got me on that bump. He did the whole fucking Macarena. Hopefully the live feeder is that.
Chuck Hoekstra doing the sportsmanship thing in the 86 LTD station wagon and allowing Augustine to get backed up in the Chevelle. So Augustine now going to try to bump in, and that's a big chunk of bump. Oh, and Chuck Hoekstra's rear hatch comes open. He's going to make the pass with the hatch open. All the groceries out the back of the wagon, and still goes 11:46 at 129 miles an hour. Talk about getting the groceries out in record time. I would not suggest doing that in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first and hopefully only time that I've seen the groceries come out on the starting line. Yeah, hopefully the bananas didn't get bruised coming out. The milk might be cottage cheese at this point. So the fact that he went 129 miles an hour, I'm wondering if because his first pass was not a good one, if he just decided to stay in it, knowing the next time he could run would be the all-run. But there had to be a lot of wind noise going down the racetrack there. But Chuck went ahead and legged it out the back anyway to go 11:46 at 129. So we are going to re-prep for the A and B slick tire cars, ladies and gentlemen. While we're doing that, trying to keep my eye on the live stream, make sure that everybody is playing nice. So far, everybody is playing nice. Of course, now that I say that, something will change. Once again, A and B Group radial cars, A and B Group radial cars, lanes 3 and 4 are open for you. A and B Group radial cars, A and B Group radial cars, lanes 3 and 4 are open for you. Some of the comments on the live stream, Tom's Cottage Cheese, ugh. Okay. Full ventilation, rear wing engaged. It's been good so far. I like it. Automatic wing. Some of you are going to start to see the photos that we have snagged from Instagram. So for those of you that are participating, either as a spectator on Sick Ward or as a participant, make sure you tag your photos with Sick Summer, the hashtag Sick Summer, and we'll pull them and put them on the live stream. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this one is a timely reminder. Thanks to our friend Chuck Hoekstra, please make sure you remove all loose items from your vehicle. And don't use the starting line method. That is not preferred. So once again, especially considered laptops. We saw a lot of people with the loose items in their vehicle, and there are rules about that because God forbid you got into a crash and those now become flying projectiles. So again, please make sure you secure or remove all of the items from your interior. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. Rick Bellman with the 1969 Firebird. We have packages for you at the front gate. I bet I know what it is, too. Rick Bellman, you have packages waiting for you at the front gate. I have just been told by Dwayne Rollo, who's been thrashing away on his Mustang at the hotel, that he is on his way. Brian Miller, my name is Derek Putnam, for those of you that want to know. So now all of you can successfully block me on social media. Crankshaft jumping in as I had a chance to say it. Thank you, sir. So once again, if you are watching the routes, if you are a spectator, if you are a Sick Ward participant or a Sick Summer racing participant, you can hashtag all your photos that you put on Instagram with Sick Summer. So once again, use the hashtag Sick Summer, and Warren will catch them and put them on our live stream. And they are running on our live stream right now because we have been told that the live stream prefers to watch pleasant things as opposed to the tractor going down the racetrack. For those of you that are here on property, I apologize. I have been told that Don O'Neill is not dancing today. He danced yesterday, but apparently everybody had already left. He worked himself up, got on the right apparel, even had the microphone out, but nobody stuck around to watch. I see Don down there shaking his head, said, I did not dance yesterday. And Don is a military man, so I am worried that he is going to order me to do push-ups at the end of the day today.
Yeah. Like, I wish you'd have told me that because I
And that is an exercise in futility as well.
don't know how it goes. They don't have that many sick ward cars either. We have a ton of sick ward stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it was. I still.
I don't see why they're so non-transparent about like car count. Like they should just be like, hey, we're taking 350 right now. We have 300
Well, he
registered.
said he had a ton of alternates. I'm like, well then, there's no. All these tracks that we've been to could hold 400.
Yeah.
Without trailers.
Yeah.
So why not just take whatever you can get?
Yeah. There's more money, right?
You know, as many T-shirts as they sell. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That too.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to prep the racetrack, let me tell you about some of the great people that have joined us here on our 6th Summer Week. We appreciate the fact that there are several people that have jumped on board to be part of our first annual 6th Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. After the success of Sick Week in 2022, Tom Bailey decided he needed more stress in his life. So this year, we are not only doing 6th Summer, we are doing a Death Week / Death Family Fun Week. And the reason it's called Death Week, no, we're not killing anybody. It's because we are trying to orchestrate a West Coast Dragon Drive, and it would go through Death Valley. For those of you that have never been out there or don't know what I'm talking about, we did the route between Las Vegas Motor Speedway and then the next closest track we can get to in California. I believe it was around 620 miles across Death Valley. So, needless to say, that brings some interesting logistics into things to be able to put together a Dragon Drive. So, as of right now, we are still working on that. But we will have more information, obviously, that'll be posted on sickthemag.com as well as sickthemagazine.com as soon as we have more information. I know Tom has been working hard at it to try to get it put together. But unfortunately, as of right now, we are kind of in a holding pattern, so to speak, to be able to get that completely done. Now, all the sponsors that have joined us here all the sponsors that have jumped on board 6th Summer include TBM Brakes. TBM Brakes is our official event sponsor. Not only do they save rotating weight and increase the braking performance by using correct sized calipers and rotors, but they also don't have the drag that most disc brakes have. If you want to find out more about TBM Brakes, you can visit the Motion Raceworks area. They actually have one of their display trailers out here this week, and they also are selling merchandise out of it. So you can go check that out. You can also visit the Motion Raceworks actual location. I believe they should have some information on TBM Brakes. TBM Brakes is actually located out of Florida now, was relocated out of California. But you can also find out more on the web by visiting them at www.tbmbrakes.com. That's T as in Thomas, B as in boy, M as in Mary, brakes.com. Also, thanks to Rick and the fine folks from Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official live stream sponsor of 6th Summer. They do everything from manual to automatic, 5,000 horsepower down to 500 horsepower. They can be bolted to almost any automatic or manual transmission, and the final drive ratio will usually decrease RPM by about 20 to 28%. They've been used on everything from Steve Morris's Boostmaster Wagon and Tom Bailey's 5 seconds, 6 seconds 2.0 to a lot of our 9 and 10 second competitors that are participating in the Bullseye Challenge and the Dial Your Own classes. So if you want to find out more about Gear Vendors, you can visit the camper that is located right behind the grandstands. Rick, the owner of Gear Vendors, is joining us all week. And again, he is the sponsor of our live stream for everybody that is watching at home, just north of 4,000 people. So once again, Rick, thank you so much for your continued support to the Dragon Drive community, and we appreciate you being a part of 6th Summer. For those of you that are curious about Sick Ward, you may have heard me mention them a couple of times. So the good thing about possibly joining in to do something other than just participating on the racetrack and the road tour that is Sick Weekend 6th Summer, you can do Sick Ward. So what Sick Ward does basically is it allows you to join into all the fun of being able to join the road tour without all the abuse on your vehicle of going down the racetrack. Some people have actually done Sick Ward as kind of a prelude to decide whether they want to actually bring a car or that car out to do the actual competition part of it. Some people prefer to do it just because it's a little bit more relaxed. Tom actually said when he put Sick Ward together that it's actually like the upper end VIP treatment. What we do is we give you VIP parking, special places to park all the vehicles that are in Sick Ward. We even give you food and beverage, and you get specialized apparel that nobody else can get. So the good part about all that was Sick Ward, Summit Racing Equipment, and Peak Performance jumped on board to supercharge the Sick Ward with us this year at every Sick stop. That included Sick Week earlier in February, as well as here at Sick Summer. So to our friends at Summit Racing Equipment and Peak Performance that are joining us here on property, thank you so much for being part of Sick Ward and supercharging that just a little bit more. Our friends at Iski Racing Cams, Nolan is actually joining us here this week. I've seen him out and about. We appreciate Iski Racing Cams for being part of Sick Summer. They were started by Ed Iskadarian over 75 years ago and now make everything from 3,000 and 4,000 horsepower cars in the drag and drive community as well as street outlaws to something that you could drive every day. If you want to find out more, you can visit iskicams.com. That's ISKY cams.com for all the great parts that they offer for both valve train on new and older vehicles. Actually, I should have probably said new and older platforms, considering a lot of people swap late model engines into early vehicles. I know that's all inspiring and shocking, but that's what I hear. LS.
Dear Asphalt, from the moment we met, you've paved the way. Literally. You've never asked us to slow down, take it easy, or hold our horses. You've done so much. Which is why we almost feel bad for everything we've done to you. Almost.
I'm doing the ad. Have you guys heard about Sick the Mag? It's the greatest magazine for drag and drive community. What else you want me to say? Glossy, awesome pictures. We have a pretty awesome editing team. Or is there a team? Can you do it in slow motion? If you haven't heard of Sick the Mag, you must live under a rock. Subscribe. It's awesome. I'm Bob Miller, and I approve this message.
For those of you that are watching on the live stream, we are almost ready to go back to racing action. As a matter of fact, we are now rolling cars out. So as soon as we get done with the gorgeous model Bob, who is letting us know about the Sick the Mag, it magically appeared from under his legendary beard. We will be right back to action. And as if I said it, Warren makes it so. Here comes our A and B group. These are the quick cars with slicks on the back. So we separate them based on the prep. So slick doesn't like as much on the traction compound they would prefer to do something that allows a little bit more wheel speed. Couple of our single-digit hot rods coming up right here. Stick shift right side. Low 8-second in the weeds. Big tire Malibu left side. The stick shift car of Daniel Watts, the bright yellow. Like almost need sunglasses for it. License plate says you won't. I'm not quite sure what he means, but probably means you won't challenge me. 9.0 capable Mustang over on the right-hand side. The twin-turbo LS-powered Malibu over on the left-hand side. That's Evan Erkowitz in the 79 Malibu. He's been in the low 8-second range all week. Let's see what they both can do right here. Oh, the Mustang going for gear number 2, and it sounded crunchy, and both of them pulling over to the side. Oh, that's not a good way to start A and B group slick. As Daniel Watts went for second gear, and I heard a lot of crunch noise. That was not what he wanted. So both cars pulled over to the side and shut off. As Evan Erkowitz didn't even have a good 60-foot, a 140 60-foot, and then it continued to slow. He only went 32 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Meanwhile, Daniel Watts had a 142 60-foot in the stick shift Cobra, so he was on his way to a good pass, but he went for second gear and found a bunch of crunchy noise. That is not a good sign. So both drivers' doors are open. So we are assuming both drivers are A-OK. I see a little bit of smoke coming out of Evan's car, and now he pops out. And he is underneath the car, so I will wait for further confirmation on what might be the possible breakage, therefore issues on both vehicles. I am hoping that Daniel Watts' car was just a matter of I didn't get it in second gear versus the I just broke second gear. Now, the thing to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, even though both cars did not complete a run, they staged under power. So that means they have completed day 4. It means that they are still in the running. Even if the cars might be broken, they can turn those time slips in and they can actually still continue on the week because they staged the car under power. Now, Evan got back in the car, gave the wave, and has started the car and is heading down the racetrack. So he's okay as far as he's able to get off the racetrack. But for Daniel Watts, unfortunately, it looks like he's going to get a tow. And again, I heard a lot of crunchy noise out of the right-hand side, but I didn't hear what the problem is as of yet. Nobody has radioed me or the tower for such to let us know if we have any fluid on the racetrack or if it's just crunchy noise and everything stayed internal. So I am waiting right now for the word on that. Again, the safe assumption, one of two, would be he went for second gear and found nothing, or he went for second gear and it destroyed itself. So let's find out. I will find out as soon as I can, and I will relay that. As the driver was laying down underneath the car.
That's what he did down at Florida. Except it was in third gear. They broke the input. He said he's got marbles. That's it. Nothing on the ground, though, so that's good.
So Daniel Watts getting back in the car and getting towed off. I hope that it is something that he can fix and continue on. Right now, people on the live stream are starting to give their picks on who they think is going to be the overall track winner or the overall winner. So far, Devin and Josh have been thrown out there by a couple of people. Right now, they are the quickest average overall of the week. Actually, I take that back. I apologize. They are the second quickest average of the week overall. Brian Goldstone in the AMC Javelin is a 672 average, a 681 average for Josh Davis wheeling Devin's convertible Fox body. But yeah, the big tire car, 672. The small tire car, or as Devin calls them, medium size, because the 235 is the small tire. They're averaging 681 in the drop top Mustang. Here comes one of our class leaders, left-hand side. And the Toyota Supra will provide occupy on the right-hand side. Cameron Alley in the 97 Cobra over on the left side. And the Toyota Supra will stage up next.
Is it just the OBS and
Hobo.
that's it?
Yeah.
So the Supra of Damon Elf. Elf tried to compete with us on sick week, but unfortunately broke the Supra on testing day. So he didn't even make it to day number 1 with the stick shift black Supra on the right-hand side. He is now into day number 4 with the 95 Supra. And I believe he is running the stick shift class.
Yeah.
And he is currently number 4 with a 928 average out of the Supra. Left-hand side is Cameron Alley. Alley is leading one of our street race categories. He is currently leading the 6 street race category with an 852 average. Alley has problems. Elf gets close to the center line and rolls it through to his best time of the week, 9:03 at 164 for Damon Elf. 11:65 at just 100 miles an hour for Cameron Alley. Alley had problems, and Damon Elf takes advantage. He was all the way out by the center line and just never got off the loud pedal and goes 9:03 at 164, and that will help his average in the stick shift category. Your current number 4 man on the sheet. Here comes Tyler Garlock, another stick shift competitor. He's riding in the Cobra Jet themed Mustang. He is currently number 2 in the stick shift category, I believe. Yes, Tyler is number 2 in stick, and he's on his way to a good pass here. Right-hand side racetrack, 880 at 165 for him, 1005 for the Chevelle at 135 left side. So Tyler going 880 at 165, not a bad lap. It actually is just quicker than his average. He's gone 875 and 887, so the 880 right about in the middle. It's not a bad lap. As we will bring what looks like our next pair of cars up. Actually, we only have one car on the right-hand side. Once again, I have called A&B Group Radial. A&B Group Radial, I need you, please. A&B Group Radial. A&B Group Radial, I need you now.
It was a Chevelle, wasn't it? Like a black Chevelle or a Cornet or something like that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I have just been told that Mark Krantz in the 67 Chevelle is in the wall at the top end of the racetrack. We can see it on our live stream now. And we have the EMT crew down there alongside of him. I am waiting for the word about the driver being okay, so stand by. So we are still waiting on a clarification, ladies and gentlemen. So the one thing I know that we did just see is we saw a collector being carried back. So it's possible that Chevelle might have run over the collector and cut a tire. But again, that's pure speculation. I do not know as of yet what's going on. And I am also still waiting for confirmation from the EMT crew that the driver is okay. So everybody, please stand by. I am still waiting for confirmation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the news we wanted to hear. Put your hands together. Driver is out of the car. Thank goodness safety equipment did its job. Driver is out of the car. I have not gotten confirmation yet on what caused him to get into the wall. As I mentioned, speculation. So we have been told that the car apparently started skidding about 100 yards past the finish line. So, again, not sure if the brakes locked up or if the skidding feeling to him was because of running over the collector and maybe it cut a tire down. But either way, unfortunately, that 67 Chevelle got into the wall. Not sure if it is too severely damaged to continue or not, as he is still sitting down there on the wall, so I am still waiting. Pete, thanks for checking in. Yes, as we mentioned, we did see a header collector getting carried back, so I'm not sure if he ran over it and it cut a tire. I have also gotten a unconfirmed report that the car might have sounded like it had a stuck throttle at the top end. Again, I have not gotten anything confirmed yet, just some speculation. Like I said, the good part is the driver is out of the car. That part I'm glad to hear. That has been confirmed. So right now we are just waiting to find out what's going on and to give the vehicle a tow off the top end. So once again, we have over 4,300 people watching live online right now on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. And some people are saying they went back on the replay stream and he hit the wall pretty good, they're saying. And I am actually going to back mine up now and take a look at it. Gets through the finish line. Oh, yeah, the car did move around a lot, and yes, it did. It did get into it, yep. Yeah, it looks like he went to get on the brakes and might have clamped them a little too much to where you see the rear end of the car move around about 4 times back and forth, and then on the last one, unfortunately, it slid the rear end to the right a lot, and at that point, he was pretty much just hanging on for dear life, and that's when it got into the wall. Now, as somebody has already mentioned, the good news is when it got into the wall, it looks like it did so where the opening wasn't, because that could have been nasty. So thankfully, he missed the turnoff. At least it's what it looks like. So he might have gotten some speed off of it, thankfully, before he hit the wall, but there was some dust that came up when he did get into the wall. So, like I said, hopefully it is not damaged too badly to where he can't continue on. For those of you that followed us on Sick Week last year, this kind of reminds me of the fact that just because somebody does flatten the car a little bit doesn't mean that they are necessarily out of competition. Again, he did complete the run. He did stage the car under power, so he can turn it in and still be in competition. However, it's just going to be whether or not he can fix it at the racetrack, because you can't trailer or tow a car anywhere from an outside source. You need to make sure that you are able to actually fix the car either at the racetrack or if you can get it towed by a fellow competitor to a shop, so to speak. And when I say towed, I mean by a car in competition. So again, the only options available to you is if you want to work on a vehicle, you can use any shop, but the vehicle in question would have to be towed by a fellow competitor, and you can't say, oh, I'm a fellow competitor, I'm going to go grab a flatbed, or I'm a fellow competitor, I'm going to go grab a trailer or a truck with a hook on it. You can't do that. It has to be done by a vehicle that is in competition. Now, we have seen that happen before, and once it's at a shop, obviously it can be fixed. Now, I'm sure he's not going to like me using him as a reference, but Michael Pryka in the beautiful, recently redone 1972 Chevrolet Nova, known as the Mean Nova, unfortunately for a while was also known as the Deer Slayer Nova. And the reason why was because when he left Gainesville last year, he hit a deer, and it crunched the front of the car up pretty good. Unfortunately, they lost the hood in the incident, but they were able to pull everything away from the damaged area on the right-hand side, including the fender and the radiator core support, and they were back on the road within a couple of hours, and they finished the week running in the bottom 10s. So again, the good part is that you can actually still continue in competition. A crash doesn't necessarily mean you're out. Crankshaft, yes, a very good point. EJ towed Alex Taylor off on day 2. That is legal. That's what has to be happened. Now, track equipment to get you off the racetrack is completely legal. However, once you are off the racing surface, you getting anywhere from that point forward has to be done by either pushing the car or done by a fellow competitor. If it is not, it's grounds for disqualification. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I do not have a confirmed reason that the car went into the wall. All I know is when he got on what looked like the brakes, the car wagged the tail about 4 times before it just kicked it to the right too far and got into the wall. I have had messages that have said it sounded like the throttle stuck. We do know that we saw somebody carrying a header collector, so the chance of a cut tire is a possibility. But again, these are all just unconfirmed rumors at this point. Crankshaft, yes, that is my Nova on my Facebook page. So for those of you that are looking for my Facebook page, I have a green Nova as a background on it. So Don O'Neill doing what Don O'Neill does, actually got down to the top end and got an interview with the driver and actually got the 411 on it. So we are loading that up right now. As soon as we are ready to go live with that on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, I will let you know. As Warren is getting it chopped and put up there as fast as he can. As soon as he gives me the all clear, I will let you know. Once again, Tom Bailey, Bailey, as we are doing the live stream of all 5 days, thanks to our good friends at Gear Vendors Overdrive. So we will bring that up here as soon as we can. I will let you know. So while we are waiting for that video to get uploaded, I will let you know that Brian Epps from BME Photography, who's been joining us all week, he has been photographing every car at every stop, even in the rain. He was sitting outside the second second racetrack yesterday when we were at Byron. He was standing out by the road taking pictures in the rain. That's either extreme dedication or, well, it could go the other way. And Brian's been doing this over 3 decades, so I'm going to say screws loose, but Brian knows I mean that in a loving way. Well, he is set up right across from the concession stand for all competitors and sick ward participants. You can go over and check out all the great stuff that he has shot this week. If you would like to get yourself on board to grab something even from a particular racetrack or a particular stop, or you can sign up for the poster that they do that has all 5 locations in it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a very brief clip, I'm told, but it does have some insight about what happened on the Chevelle that got into the wall at the top end. Thanks to Don O'Neill and Warren for your efforts on that. We appreciate it. It is going to go live on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel right about now, so if you want to check it out, go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel right about now. All right, so actually a little bit of an asterisk, my apologies. I was under the assumption, I did not ask, I apologize. I was under the assumption that it looked like we had actually interviewed the driver, but in reality what we did is we got our camera crew down there and shot the side of the car. I think the driver was a little distraught, but the damage, not horrible. It doesn't look good, but it's not as bad as I think it could have been. It looked like it caught the fender worse than it caught the door and the quarter panel. That's the kind of thing where, like I said, you can definitely pull it back out and continue on if necessary. Somebody said zip ties and duct tape. Yeah, of course. Those are the magic fixers. So I believe they are trying to get it hooked up and off the end of the racetrack right now. So there is a broken tie rod, so they can't just pull it off the racetrack. They're going to have to get some rollers to get it off the racetrack. So that's what's taking the additional time, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, we would like to get back to action as soon as we can, because after all, we do have a party to go to tonight at Motion Raceworks. I mean, we're just thinking about all the participants. We don't want you to stay here longer than you have to. So, yes, as of right now, there is no oil down. Don, did you confirm that there is no fluid under the car? Okay, so there is no fluid under the car. It's been confirmed. Again, just a broken tie rod. So, again, we just needed to get some wheels under the front of it to be able to pull it off because we couldn't pull it as is. So we will be back underway here as soon as we possibly can. So as I mentioned, we were just getting the fast cars on the way. So far, the two best times that have been recorded, a 9:03 with an 8 for Damon Elf. I believe that is his best pass of the week so far. Yes, indeed it is. He went 9:44 on his first day. 9:13 on the second day. He must have turned the screw. He must have put the screws to it because he went 9:44 at 160 on the first day, 9:13 at 157 on the second day. Now going 9:03 at 164 in the Toyota Supra. Obviously, he is probably elated with that. Wants to make it to day number last to complete the drag and drive. And as I mentioned, he was number 4 in the stick shift category coming into today. That 9:03 will definitely help him out. And I have a feeling he might be trying for an 8 on the last day. The other car that has gone down that has made a pretty good representative run is Tyler Garlock. Garlock is also running in the stick shift category. The 98 model Ford Mustang with the Cobra Jet livery on the side of it. He went 875 on the first day, 887 on the second day, and just went 880 at 165. So another good pass for him. And I have a feeling that could be a one and done as well, as they might get packed up and headed. So the Chevelle has been towed off the top end of the racetrack. That's good news. And we are going to do a little bit of racetrack touch-up before we get back to the rest of our slick tire cars. So once again, A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars are in the lanes. A and B group radial. A and B group radial is in the lanes. Looks like my quarantine lanes, lane number 1 for slicks and lane number 2 for radials for quarantine is full of cars. So ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we get everything cleared, we'll be right back to running again. For those of you that are on the live stream that are starting to throw some stuff up, no, Hayden nor Aiden have run yet. Hayden, see, and now I'm saying Hayden instead of Aiden. Thank you, Internet. Aiden Bailey and EJ have made it to the racetrack. I actually saw them roll in this morning about 8:20. Aiden said yesterday's pass, where he went 10 flat at just 90-something miles an hour, was actually planned. He wanted to just run it to the 8th mile to pull the plugs and make sure everything was good on the tune-up as they continue to work on the deuce box and get things better. Jesus, you asked if they have a sportsman class at Sick Week. We do have some classes that are more designed for, say, the bracket racer or index racer. We have the dial your own and the pro dial your own class. The way those are set up loosely is the first time slip that you hand in kind of becomes your quote-unquote standard. You want to try to stay as close as you can to that number, and the one with the smallest spread will win the dial and the dial your own and the pro dial your own. The difference is the dial your own class is for 10-second and slower cars. The pro dial your own is for $9.99 and quicker cars, but same rules apply both times. We also have the Bullseye Challenge. The Bullseye Challenge is where we give you a 2-digit number, and then your job is to get as close to that number as possible without going under it. So the Bullseye numbers so far, they vary widely. The first day at Cordova, the Bullseye was 25. The Bullseye on the third day was 11. The Bullseye today is 54. So you have to be able to know your car of when you would hit the brakes, or maybe if you've got a power adder, you might be able to turn it up a little bit to be able to get you a little bit faster. So that is the different options. Instead of just running an all-run kind of catch-all class for 10 flat and slower, we do have some options for the slower vehicles because, let's be honest, every single person that jumps on a drag and drive, in my opinion, matters. We want to give everybody a chance to have some cars and trucks in lots of different categories. Somebody has asked if Tom has moved from breakfast to lunch yet. It's after 11 o'clock Central Time, so my guess is yes, but that's not confirmed. Maybe Tom will message me and let me know if we have moved from sausage to hot dogs at this point. So, Cynthia, I will try to get you that answer. Because obviously the people want to know if we are on to lunch yet. Riley, that is a very good point. Slowest average is a 19.5-second pass from an 88 Camaro, so anybody can do this. Very true. There are a little bit of everything out here. As a matter of fact, when we did Sick Week, there were a lot of Mustangs, especially late model Coyotes, and I don't see as many of them here this week. There's a little bit more in the classic car and truck genre that are doing Sick Summer. I'm not sure if that's just who signed up for it or just maybe the area of the United States we're in. I'm not sure. Somebody asked the important question if a taco truck was being used today. I don't believe we have the ability for taco trucks. I think Tom made it easy and decided to stick with sausages in the morning, hot dogs in the afternoon, and ice cream sandwiches. That usually works pretty well. Now, to be fair, we did have a taco truck at the hotel on Tuesday at the place that we were staying, the host hotel, and they were there until a little after 9 o'clock. And I can tell you that the Taco Tuesday special was quite good. I'm not exactly sure what the name of the company was. I actually took a picture of it, so I can probably tell you. But I do know that there is a party going on tonight at Motion Raceworks. Thanks to our friends at Motion Raceworks and Doug Cook for doing that. They will also have Drag and Drive 6 Summer 2023 edition T-shirts. I think I might have to actually hit Doug up and ask him to hold one for me because the announcer usually leaves close to last. So again, Brian Goldstone, the current overall leader on a lapse time average. Keep in mind that you can be leading your class but not necessarily be the quickest average. And as of right now, we are really close to having a pretty close race between the small block or the small tire and the big tire cars. Brian Goldstone with the AMC Javelin has a 672 average. Josh Davis and Devin Vanderhoof have a 681 average in the little small tire convertible Mustang. And actually somebody asked earlier what Devin uses for an engine, and I believe it is a Par Racing engine. It's a big block Chevy with a big single turbo. And no, Devin and Josh have not run yet. They are in the radial class, so we have not prepped for radials yet. We are just done the C group and slick group. What is the record pass for this year? That's kind of a loaded question because as far as I'm concerned, based on what I've been told and seen, drag and drive records don't count unless you finish the week. So right now, the quickest pass is a 666 by Steve Morris, but that's not the record. Tom Bailey has gone 599. That is the overall quickest and fastest pass ever in drag and drive competition. It is not the quickest average. I do believe the quickest average is held by Jeff Lutz with his Pro Mod Camaro. I believe he went 619 was his average, I want to say. Somebody on the internet will correct me if I'm wrong on that. Or hopefully one of my friends will tell me my memory is becoming fuzzy and they'll correct me on that. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe Jeff Lutz still has the overall quickest average, and I want to say it's 619. Alex Corella, thank you very much for confirming. Jeff Lutz still owns the overall quickest average. How long did the chat go on last night? I think we finished at, about 3:30 yesterday? I believe that's what time we finished, and that's Central Time. Keep in mind that we will be doing a later run tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll be from 11 to 5. We will start at 11, and we will go till 5 o'clock, and that is Central Time. For those of you that are here on the property today, keep in mind that in addition to all the vendors that I've told you that are here on the property, also the Sick the Magazine merchandise trailer is available. It is the orange trailer that is located right next to the concession stand. You can go over and grab yourself all kinds of great stuff that's available, including the popular t-shirt that says, "My streetcar is faster than your race car." I hear they have a hard time keeping that one in stock. Crankshaft, thanks for letting me know that the live stream was still active at 10 o'clock Central Standard Time last night. I stopped when the racing action was done, packed up, and got on the road to head to the 2 checkpoints, get some photos, and then write the race wrap. So somebody asked, why is Jeff Lutz and Larry Larson not doing drag and drives anymore? Well, both of them are running No Prep Kings, and I don't think they have the time to do it. Plus, to be honest, when they ran drag and drives, it was a little bit of a different category, a little bit of a different time. I mean, both of them did it well over a decade ago. And this was also back when there weren't as many drag and drives. It was probably when I want to say we had between 3 and 5 a year. Somebody is commenting about how they'd like to see certain competitors jump into a drag and drive. I think it would be interesting because there are times where people have always said, oh, we don't feel like we're included. I know the import crowd has said it a few times, and Dave Freiberger has been quite vocal about the fact that he said we've never told import cars that they can't participate. There have been a couple of times that Real Street Performance has actually come out with an import. I believe they did Hot Rod Drag Week a couple of times, and I believe they've also done Rocky Mountain Race Week. And as I mentioned, we have a rotary-powered RX-7. We have the all-wheel drive Honda Civic and the Toyota Supra all joining us this week. So for those of you that are dropping questions in the live stream chat, we appreciate it. There is nobody from PFI Speed out here to my knowledge. I know PFI Speed and the Boosted Boys both joined us for Sick Week. I'm not sure if they are getting ready for Rocky Mountain Race Week. They just couldn't make it. Not really sure. Uh, 1320 Video is not at this event to my knowledge. If they are, I have not seen them. Yeah. Warren and I having a conversation off air here. A lot of people saying thank you to Tom and giving suggestions for upcoming drag and drives. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Somebody asking where we are today. We are at Tri-State Dragway Tri-State Raceway. Let me get it correct. In Iowa. We are in Earlville, Iowa. And from what some people are saying up here in the tower, it's like the stuff that you see under your car when you pull the drain plug. Earl. So somebody commenting PFI is busy with local PSCA stuff. Yes, I believe I did see them outrunning PSCA earlier this year. What is the best place to find dates for all the drag and drives? I would visit draganddrive.com. That is drag the N singular drive.com. Hit their news click and scroll down, I want to say about 6 stories, and you'll see a thing that has a map. It'll show you where all the drag and drives for 2023 are, at least that they know of. Motion Raceworks and Slipknot, that's what Iowa does. Thanks, Adam. I didn't realize Slipknot was from here. I did know Motion Raceworks is in Iowa. thankfully. Are you ever going to come to Wilkesboro Dragway? You know, honestly, with all the number of drag and drives that have popped up this year, like I mentioned earlier, there are 30 of them on the books right now. I wouldn't put any racetrack out of the realm of having a drag and drive as either a singular track. Some people will do that where they'll pick one or two racetracks and then they'll just do drives to come back and forth. So we'll see. It's just, you know, getting a promoter and the right people interested in it. Is Kevin Smith racing? No. KSR is not here this week. I believe they are doing something with their road race Vipers. Can a fellow competitor borrow a track vehicle and tow somebody back? No, they cannot. To my knowledge, and I would have to pull up the rules to do this, to my knowledge, it has to be done with a vehicle that is in competition. So like if somebody says, you know, hey, I have a tow truck at home, can't do it that way. We should think about doing a drag and drive in Pennsylvania. I do know that Hot Rod Drag Week, they always bounce around about where they go. And they have been in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I know they've been to Agco. I know they've been to Maple Grove. So there is, you know, there is different places. Any update on Death Week? No, Alex, we have no update yet. I do know that Tom has spoken publicly about the fact that he is still working hard on it. It is definitely one of those things where there aren't as many racetracks to choose from. And obviously the biggest issue is getting Vegas on board and getting the California tracks on board because it's almost a 620-mile drive between the two. KSR was also helping Finnegan on his boat. That's right. He released a video the other day. That's right. For those of you that would like to see Tom comment, we actually had him in the tower on day number 2 at Byron Dragway. He did an interview with Don O'Neill while we were down for the R word. I don't actually use the R word. I just refer to it in passing. Yes. Moist conditions. Actually, somebody said extra moist air one time. I got a 24-hour ban from Facebook for using that. All right, so I'm trying to go back through some of these questions as they have started to get a little bit more rapid. So if you're posting questions on the live stream, my apologies. I am trying to get to all of these questions because I do see stuff popping up pretty good. What is the soccer dude's name? He is cool. KSR. Yep. So KSR is Kevin Smith Racing. He does not own Soccer Mom. The owner of Soccer Mom's name is Kimber Jones. That's a car he's had since, I believe, high school. But it is now a 3-man effort between Kevin Smith, Kimber Jones, and Will Stevenson. Kimber, as I mentioned, is the owner of the car. Kevin uses the car as a shop car, and Will Stevenson is an ex-drag radial racer. They're all friends, and they do it as a 3-man effort. They all work on it together. But I believe that normally Will Stevenson and Kevin Smith are the ones that run it more than Kimber does, as Kimber doesn't have as much time off from his regular work job. So somebody asked, can we see who's in the lanes? Dirty Mule, we are actually working on that as we speak. So we will get back on that. Bear with me. I didn't use the R-word violation. Hopefully nobody else actually typed it out. No, EJ and Sam have not run yet today. So checking in top 3 in street race class. So the sick street race class, which is more of an OE appearance. Cameron Alley in the 97 Ford Cobra's leading with an 852 average. Tim Flanders in the Avalanche Gray 86 Mustang. I believe he's sitting at the front of the radial lanes. He's number 2 at 853. And then there's a pretty big drop-off. Keith Lankauer in the 69 Nova is your number 3 car at 947. Any Canadians racing this week? I want to say we probably have at least a couple, but I don't have. Yeah, I was going to say I don't have people's actual location of where they're racing or where they came from. I just have class, name, make and model of vehicle, and then their times that they have run to be able to look at. I'm going to say I'm sure we have some Canadians. I know Rovek is from the Yukon. Hey, Rovek, I know you're out in the starting line. Can you hear me? He's talking to a couple of the track officials, I believe. Might be asking a question that's more important than me satisfying the live feed. Hang on just a minute.
Austin, you definitely want to probably have the ones on this side because I don't know what the other ones are.
Any news for 6 Summer 2024? Tom has said publicly that he would like to come back and do it again, but I think we're worried more about finishing this year before we worry about next year. But if Sick Week is any indication, and again, this is unofficial, this is not confirmed, but if Sick Week is any indication, I would hope we'll have 6 Summer back, as we have run Sick Week for 2 years and we are already making plans for Sick Week 2024. Who was it that wrecked? That was Mark Krantz in the 1967 Chevy Chevelle. He went 10:05 at 135 and then had some problems at the top end. Who will be the fastest pass today in your opinion? That's tough. We've already seen some traction issues. My guess, it's either going to be Bryant Goldstone or Josh Davis based on performances yesterday. Steve Morris would also be a good candidate as he was third quickest yesterday. So those are the 3 top choices, I would say. Looks like we're getting ready to go back to competition, ladies and gentlemen. So top 3 in street race classes, I read off the 1. So 6 street race is Cameron Alley, number 1, Tim Flanders, number 2, Keith Landauer, number 3. The street race 275 category is Travis Larson with the White Fox Mustang, number 1. Jeremy Ortiz in the 95 Nissan, number 2. And Kenneth Sellner with the 2002 model Chevy Camaro in number 3. Now I have to roll the chat back again. Somebody asked if Steve Morris is still in. Yes, Steve did make a pass yesterday. He did turn in a time slip. I don't know if he's on the property. I did not scour the entire pit area today. All right, so somebody did already ask the question of what are the weather conditions. Give me a minute. I will dial that up right now on the Air Density Online app. So we will look up Tri-State Raceway. Here it is, as we got cars going back into the water. Currently 68 degrees outside, 43% humidity, 29.97 barometer, 45 water grains for a corrected density altitude of 2,100 feet. Not bad, not the best we've seen all week, but it was definitely cool out this morning. I think it was 53 degrees when I left the hotel just after 7 o'clock. Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis have not run yet. As we're going to go back to action here. The 1970 Chevy Nova left-hand side and the 1999 model Mustang right-hand side. Right-hand side is the stick shift car. This is Tom Llewellyn. Llewellyn has finally gotten this car down in the 10s after he's been fighting some issues with it all week. See how he does here. Little wheels on launch there for the Nova. Mustang spinning a little bit off the starting line, but he's got it under control now. The Nova's out in front. Can he stay there? Mustang's digging for him. Almost gets there. 991 at 148. I believe that's his best pass of the week for Tom Llewellyn. The Chevy Nova of Joe Hangy goes 1022 at 132.
We're leaving my dad's RPM the same at the launch. If it doesn't run good and spins and come back around, I'll take 1,000 out of it.
Dean Anderson, 1979 model Chevy Malibu. He is running in the 6 street race class, looking for 8.50. Right-hand side is our, I believe, number 3 or 4 guy in stick. No, actually, he is Sick Freaks. Way out towards the wall in the stick shift Honda. Dean Anderson on a nice clean straight pass in the Malibu goes 895 at 161, 935 at 159 for the Honda. Neither one of them putting down their best times.
Nice traction, good ETs.
But both of them do have a pass complete. Now, the Malibu has been in the 840 range. The 895 is not a bad lap that he can hand it in, but it's going to kill his average. It's not what he wants to do there. The Honda is about a 10th slow of what he ran yesterday, and considering that he was way out by the side of the wall, to pull it back in and still go 935 at 159 is speed matched what he ran yesterday, so that's good. That'll bring up Tom McGilton, and I believe this is Robert Bob Gruber. The 94 model supercharged Mustang. I believe he is running in our stick shift category. He is. He's in the number 6 spot. I talked to a couple of his crew guys as this thing has been on the struggle bus for the first couple of days and is just now starting to get it all figured out. As Gruber broke a shock as well as upper and lower suspension mounts on Monday, needed a Sawzall to fix it, and got himself back into competition, and yesterday laid down a pass right towards the end of the day. I forget exactly what it was, but it was a good number. As the stick shift car out there trying to make it stick, he's getting towards the edge of the prep. Tom McGilton staying right alongside of him. 991 at 127. It's not a bad pass for Gruber. It's a little off of what he normally runs, though. 991 at 134 as well for Tom McGilton. That'll bring up the 3rd gen Camaro next. The 3rd gen Camaro. The naturally aspirated ride of Chris Roscoe. Roscoe will make a single shot here. Roscoe comes down out of the groove. The car moving around on him a little bit, but he stays with it. And to the finish line, 898 at 152 after the big wheel stand. It got towards the outside of the prep area, but Roscoe never lifted off the loud pedal. 127 to the 60-foot, 573 at 120 to half track. Roscoe making a good run there. Roscoe is currently number 3 in the naturally aspirated category, and that 898 is right on par with what he ran yesterday, 899. Here comes the naturally aspirated king of the hill so far, Ed Enzor. Fast Eddie, 632 cubic inches underneath the scooped hood of the Mustang. It is a 1985 model Ford Fox body Mustang. So far this week, 749 at 182, 746 at 184 for Ed Enzor. Enzor is currently the record-setting pace for naturally aspirated. It's about a quarter of a second quicker than the guy who had currently led the NA category for several years, James Doc McIntyre. I believe the quickest he's ever gone is 771. So could we see another one and done right here from Fast Eddie? He bumps it in and is ready. It is hooked up good, 114, 60 foot. He's having to drive it a little bit. 770 at 160. That is a good amount off of what he has run before. 114, 60 foot, 491 at 143 to half track, but 770 at 160. The mile an hour down over 20 miles an hour. So the question becomes, do they play the long game or do they play the short game? I had to wait for the supercharged car to clean out everybody's eardrums. So once again, now the question becomes for Ed Enzor. Does he play the short game or the long game? The long game is finish the week. The short game is, do you get the better ET to continue the record-setting pace you're on? So that is the question that'll be asked. Blowing everybody's eardrums out left-hand side is Pat Miker. Miker in the Unlimited Iron class, a 1967 model Chevrolet Chevelle with an F3 gear-driven ProCharger. Yeah, it means it's right down at the front of the engine, and he's got a Lenko 5-speed behind it. There is a clutch pedal in it, and he is banging his own gears, ladies and gentlemen. This car has been in the bottom 8 so far here. His best pass of the week is an 801 at 172. What does he lay down right here? Ooh, not what he wanted. He dropped the clutch and didn't find the gear correct. He's backing it up. And it appears as if he's going to want to try to stage it again. Almost 4,500 people watching live on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel right now. Let's see if Pat will get a better drive this time. Ooh, and still drops the clutch and doesn't find anything. So, wonder if he's having problems with first gear in it. Now, he has staged the car under power. So he does have a time slip now that he can hand in, so he can stay in competition, but after we give him 2 shots at it, they're going to back him up. So I'm not sure if it's total transmission problems or just first gear. But you can tell he dropped the clutch and the car really didn't move very much. Look at who is in the right-hand side of the racetrack. This is Aiden Bailey. Bailey in the deuce box. 1957 Chevy station wagon. This car did not run for the first time until Sunday night at about 11:40 p.m. And speaking of running, Joey Berry, who has literally spent every waking moment of an entire week at the M1 shop in Concord, Michigan, helping Aiden get this car together. This is the replacement car for the S-Box of Doom that unfortunately went on its roof in 2022 at the conclusion of Sick Week. So Aiden yesterday laying down a 10 flat. He only wanted to run it to the 8th mile because they wanted to get some tuning data on it. So right now, I'm not sure if he's going to make a complete full pass or if he's just going to run it a little further than he did yesterday. Obviously, he is in it to make sure the car gets staged every time. That means it allows him to stay in competition. So Aiden Bailey, the twin-turbo LS-powered wagon. He's staged and ready. A little bit of tire chatter. 588 at the 8th mile. 965 at just 111, his best pass of the week so far as he continues to make progress. He went 588 at 117 to the 8th mile. That's his best 8th mile in speed as well. So again, they're not getting ahead of themselves. They are doing it the right way, making sure that they're taking small, precise steps. And Aiden Bailey completing his third run to keep himself in competition. And he may be one and done on that. They may take the tuning data and come back and make another hit. Or he may just decide to pack it up and actually get some sleep, as they were sleep deprived all last week. As they may have heard me mention earlier, Aiden and Joey were up for well over 40 hours at one point trying to get this car put together. And eventually on Saturday, they decided that they were just going to have to load it in the trailer and take it from Michigan to Cordova. Not running. They went through tech inspection, got the vehicle completely teched out, then took it to Motion Raceworks and continued to thrash on it, just the two of them. At 11:40, they got the car fired for the first time and brought it on an open trailer to Cordova. Cordova, they could not keep the vehicle running correctly, but they made a 21-second pass, so they were in competition at that point. Then on day number 3, yesterday, they went 10 flat with a 1 with a 5:98 mile time. So Aiden Bailey down on the starting line right now, as he got, I think, 5 or 6 hours of sleep in the toter home when they were coming from Michigan to Cordova. When he got out of the truck, I asked him how he felt that he had actually gotten some sleep. He says, I think I feel worse now that I've slept versus just staying up the entire time. I feel like my body just got used to not having any sleep. So it looks like we're going to bring Cameron Alley and Aaron Gerke back around for their second shot at the racetrack. Alley, I mentioned, the current leader of 6 street race category. He did not have a good pass on his first run. So I'm sure he would like to get back around on it and get back in the 8 since he had problems on his first run. The nitrous-infused Ford pickup truck also did not have the pass that he wanted in the stick shift category, as was wagging the tail around on it, so he's going to give it another shot. So Cameron Alley, 97 model Ford Cobra Jet, or Ford Cobra Mustang, not Cobra Jet, and the 1994 purple Ford Ranger over on the right-hand side for Aaron Gerke. Off the starting line, Cameron Alley continues to have problems. The car came off the starting line and then fell silent. He's now back on the throttle. 993 at 137 for Aaron Gerke. That's a good run for him and the Ranger. 1329 at 92 miles an hour. So Cameron now kind of on the struggle bus, as he has made 2 passes, and neither one of them is not representative of what he needs to be able to continue leading the SICK street race class. He needs something in the 850 range, and he's a long way away from it. For those of you in the chat that wondered, here comes a Steve Morris in the Boostmaster wagon. And it looks like we have one more car in the slick tire class to come. So Steve Morris, who started out the week the leader, going 666, had a lot of problems yesterday and basically had to go completely through the car from stem to stern after running a 1278 pass. Came up in the very end of the day and was able to run a 683, but he had a reaction time above a second, so when we added the time into it, the 683 became an 849. So Steve attempts a second burnout and does have a lot of smoke puffing out of the right-hand side of the car. And the smoke wasn't present on it yesterday when he made the pass, so not sure if something happened on the drive, how serious it might be. So this could be our quickest run of the day so far. So far, our quickest run has been 770 at 160 from the naturally aspirated ride of Ed Esnor. So Enzor, currently our quickest car at 770. Morris, as I mentioned, if you get rid of the reaction time deficit, 666 at 213 and 683 at 214. That's what he's run so far. Now, keep in mind, I mean, it could just be a smoking turbo based on, a seal or something like that. So it may not necessarily be horrible. We're going to find out here in just a minute if Steve can make a good run. He staged. Off the starting line, 116.60 foot. It wags the tail on him a little bit. And Morris will motor out the back door slow to an 867 at 138. It came off the starting line good, 116 to the 60 foot, but then you noticed it wagged the tail on him real hard, and he wisely backed off the throttle. 514 at 115 to half track. But thankfully all the smoke kind of cleared up when he got on the loud pedal, but it wagged the tail on him hard. And he decided to back off and save it. Now, that 867 at 138 does keep him in competition, obviously. It will not improve his standing in the unlimited class, knowing how much better the average is for Josh Davis and Devin Vanderhoof. And it looks like we have one more car coming back for a run. Dean Anderson coming back around for another shot in the 79 Malibu. He is running in the Pro Dollar Your Own class. Whoa, and a little bit of tire spin there. And he will back off the loud pedal and save the parts and pieces on this one. To the finish line, he will coast across at 11:56. Probably will not hand in that time slip, so we will probably see Anderson's Malibu back around for another shot here later today. So I believe that will conclude the slick tire portion. So A and B Group Radial will be next, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to do a little bit of track prep before we get to them. So yes, we will re-prep for radials, I believe. So we will be down here for just a little bit. Like I said, now's a good time if you want to stretch your legs, grab yourself something to eat or drink, go and visit our manufacturers Midway. Also, make sure you go and check out the Sick the Merchandise trailer. You can grab yourself all kinds of great stuff over there. Grab yourself a little something extra for yourself, or possibly grab something for your significant other, possibly an early birthday present or Christmas present if need be. Say thanks to somebody who allowed you to come out and enjoy your Thursday here at Tri-State Raceway. Somebody said, can you add some drag and drive events to Georgia? Well, Sick Week already goes through Georgia. The issue that we would have, of course, is we would need to find quarter-mile facilities, unless somebody wanted to do an all-eighth-mile deal, which some people do that. For example, the Devin Vanderhoof and gang run Southeast Street and Yeet is done all eighth mile. But, again, the biggest thing you'd have to worry about is, how many tracks would we be able to do and how close are they to each other to make it where the drives aren't too short, but they're not too long. So somebody said in a video that they believe that Steve Morris has a bad ringland or possibly a bad ring. That would possibly make it to where when the car was not under full power that it doesn't smoke as bad. So that could be it. Georgia needs more tracks in general. listen, there's a lot of places in the United States that need more tracks in general. Florida has had, I believe, 5. It's either 5 or 6 that we have lost total in the last 40 years. What is the track temperature? I'll see if I can find that out for you. All right, attention in the pits and attention in the grandstands. I have a gentleman that is blocked in. There is a white Chevy Tahoe, Minnesota plates, 168XZJ. Once again, a white Chevy Tahoe, Minnesota plates, 168XZJ. If that is your vehicle, I need it moved immediately, please. 168XZJ. Minnesota plate Chevy Tahoe. I need it moved immediately, please. If you do not move it, racers and sick board participants are creative. They'll move it for you. So the live stream, while we are doing the track prep, is doing what they do best. They're asking questions. We appreciate it. I will get to those as I get a minute. Give me 1 second here. I'm just trying to do a little bit of paperwork up here in the tower. No, Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis have not run yet. As we prep the track for radials, they have not run yet. I believe they are in the lanes. I have seen Devin up walking around at the front. But they have not run the convertible Mustang yet. So somebody said, are any events planned for Texas? Yes, I do know of at least one. I believe it is in November. That is the TRC King of the Open Road. They are doing 3 events this year. They already just did one in Oklahoma. They are doing another one in Las Vegas, and they are doing one in Texas. So King of the Open Road, I believe, is a combination of cruise and racing at a single track. It is not a longer drag and drive. There are not as many complete 4 to 5 day drag and drives because I think some people realize that it is not as easy to get people to commit to that much time off. So there are a lot of Friday, Saturday, Sunday drag and drives as well as 2-day drag and drives. Force Engineering, thanks again for joining us on the live stream. I hope to see you at US 131 later this year. Actually, I'll be there next month. Rapid Transit saying PBIR gone. Yes, that one hurts. That was my home racetrack, originally known as Palm Beach International Raceway, then purchased by Dick Moroso, from the owner and creator of Moroso Performance Products. And he renamed it Moroso Motorsports Park, I believe, in 1982 or 1983. And then it was sold to a group of investors in the early 2010 years, so somewhere between 2009 when it was completely redone and reopened, and within a few years after that. And unfortunately, it has faced uncertainty for the last couple of years. And the company IRG, who owned that as well as 4 other race facilities, has closed down several of them. And to be honest, a lot of the reason that a lot of racetracks are gone is either noise issues or the bigger thing, which is the land is just too valuable. There's a lot of places that are just selling because to try and make it as a successful racetrack and make money, when you start thinking about all the rainouts, the times that you don't have stellar turnouts, it's honestly more difficult than you would think. And I've worked behind the scenes at several tracks. I promote my own event, and I will tell you that it is not as cheap to do it as some people think. There are a lot of hours spent. It really, truly is a labor of love. And for the example of Houston Raceway, which was just demolished this year, they just decided after a certain amount of time they were done with it. The land was too valuable. They didn't have anybody in their family that wanted to carry it on. So unfortunately the track was lost to, I believe, warehouses. And more than likely, I believe that is what PBIR is going to become. They have gotten their okay from the commission board to change the intended land usage. Colorado needs to start getting rid of them. Yes, unfortunately, Bandimere Speedway is going to be lost after this year. However, they have said publicly in a press release that they are already looking for a new piece of land to build a new track. So we will see what happens there. But knowing that family, I think that they could possibly make that happen. Adam Dorey, once again, the voice of Rocky Mountain Race Week. And he also joined me on Sick Week the last 2 years. Adam, thank you so much for your continued information and support. I appreciate it. He said Pat Miker in the F3 Pro Charge Chevelle broke the gear vendor. So they're going to see if they can't get that replaced, and he'll get that Lenko-equipped hot rod back on the racetrack as soon as possible. Any of the top hitters run yet? So far, the only person that has run that was a 6-second car is Steve Morris, and he went 8:67 at 138 after the car kind of got out of shape about the 300-foot mark. The other heavy hitter that has made a pass is Fast Eddie Enzor, the naturally aspirated ride. He went 770 at 160, which is about a little over 2/10 off the pace of what he's run previously. He's gone in the 740s at both of the previous locations we've been to. So I'm not sure what is going to be the deal there, if he's going to turn that time slip in or if he comes back and makes another shot. What is the cost to enter a car in one of these events? LRC, I believe that is too broad of a question, as each drag and drive is different. It depends on track rental prices, the number of days, what's included in it, that kind of thing. I want to say that Hot Rod Drag Week and Sick Week are very close in cost. I can tell you that. I don't know what the exact cost is. Did Clark make a pass? I believe Clark Rosenstengel did come up. Let me double check that. No, actually, no, I apologize. He has not. He's a radio car, so he has not come up yet. So, Fast Act, I got that incorrect. My apologies. We need Sick Week races in New England. Again, the issue that you would run into, depending on where you'd want to run a drag and drive type event, is would the track be willing to not only allow the drag and drive, but as we've seen in some areas that we would like to host it at, some racetracks are not open during the week. And being able to find qualified help to help them, as most of them are used to running during the weekend, trying to find somebody to help you during the week when most of the people that work at a racetrack have full-time jobs, that's part of the issue. Be cool to host a drag and drive at Sonoma Sears Point. Again, you're right in the ballpark of why Tom Bailey is considering doing Death Week over there, involving Vegas and a couple of California racetracks. And again, we are continuing to work on that. The Bullseye Challenge. The number for today is 54. And right now, our winner from yesterday, John Mortensen with the 1930 Supercharged Model A, I believe is the closest one so far. Unofficially, he is 200ths above the 54. He went 10:56. He also went 10:53, I believe, just barely missing, improving on it. Hopefully the Flat Fox pulls out an 8. Panda, I would agree on that with you. That car has, from what I've been told, is very temperamental when it comes off the starting line. But Jeremy Howell is currently in the number 2 spot, number 3 spot, not the number 2 spot, apologize. The number 3 spot in stick. He went 987 at 177 on the first day, but stepped it up a bunch yesterday to go 826 at 178. And you can tell that it was still not all that car had. So he honestly, I've heard the car run 7s, but I know stick shift cars, especially on a drag and drive, can be a little bit more temperamental, and you obviously have to worry about not only being able to make the pass, but being able to get it from track to track. Is there a website so you can see the averages? Yes, you can go to sickthemag.com, and I believe we should have event results posted for the first 3 days. Let me double check that for you. Yes, if you go to sickthemag.com, we currently have Cordova's results posted. I believe we should be getting day number 3's posted here shortly. And I do write an average, or I do write a race wrap every day to also add some more stuff to it. Where is Fast Eddie from? That I do not know. I do not have driver locations in my information. I have driver, what kind of car, what class he's running, and then the digits that they run. That's the information I have available to me. Who is leading the Pro Dial Your Own class after yesterday? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, because when we sort them on the sheet, it is sorted by quickest to slowest, not closest to what they've run. So it would take me a little bit more time to get through all of that. I know Dean Anderson is running 853 and an 852 in Pro Dial Your Own. That might be the closest. Actually, no. Jimmy Reinhardt has gone 620 with a 5 and a 6. Excuse me, 920 with a 5 and a 919 with a 2. So that's pretty close too. So again, it would take a little bit more than just reading my sheet. I'd have to start writing stuff down here, and as I've mentioned before, I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It just doesn't work. And by the way, Jimmy Reinhardt, the driver of Drew Fleming's Nova. I had the honor of meeting Drew earlier this week, and Drew said, I don't ask for much. He goes, but it is my car. He goes, is there any way that you can let people know that that is my vehicle? And I would be happy to do so, sir. All you had to do is ask. I'm happy enough to fill people in that Devin Vanderhoof is not driving his own car. It's Josh Davis. Am I a stick shift or automatic guy? I like stick shift cars. For those of you that are going to absolutely hate me as soon as I say this, I bracket an index race, so I have an automatic car because they're usually more consistent. I have a lot of respect for people that run stick shift cars, though, because I know there's a lot more going on there. And honestly, the cool thing that I've always said about stick shift cars is that even if you don't make the best pass, you're still going to have fun in the car. Joel, thanks for the kind words, man. We will officially start the party now that you're back. Roy Horton asks if anybody knows what the convertible Mustang has for a drivetrain. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it is a 540 cubic inch big block Chevy from Par Racing Engines and a big single turbo. I'm not sure exactly what size. I believe it is in excess of 100 millimeter. Yep, somebody just said 540 cubic inch big block Chevy. I believe it is a Par Racing engine. So John Swan asking who is out. Let me take a look. So right now we currently have We currently have 21 cars out, so not too bad for going into day number 4. Of note, people that are out include Jason Golden with the twin-turbo Ford Mustang, Alex Taylor with her 55 Chevy, Cletus McFarland with the 86L Camino, Nick and David Deal, unfortunately, going out yesterday after they scattered their LS motor in the 2001 Mustang, Jim Treadle with the beautiful, I love this car, 1967 model Pontiac Firebird. It's the green car, twin turbo LS. It's been in the low 8s, high 7s. Kyle Morris, Steve Morris's son, unfortunately broke the engine in testing and never made a pass. He's out. Brian Havlick with the naturally aspirated 55 Chevy is out. Nathan Struck with the Godzilla-powered 1980 model Ford Fairmont, who he debuted his first drag and drive, he's out. Wow, Bill Spangler, the Pro Dial Your Own former winner from Sick Week, is out. And I'm looking to see if anybody else is out. Yes, Jeff Kurziak, I know he had mentioned that he was out. Unfortunately, he was having problems. He went through a whole bunch of stuff. Unfortunately, he had... Thank you, sir. He forgot to put the hood pins back in his car after getting all forward gears in the automatic fixed after day number 1, and he broke the windshield. Found a used one, made it to the second stop in time. So as I mentioned right now, 21 cars are out of competition. I believe we started with 228. So that's where we were at. So John Swan, there's your answer. 21 cars out. There's a few. All right, so we got cars fired. We're about to go back to action. So nobody has blown up yet. We did have one car get into the wall. That's it so far. All right, here we go. Back to action, ladies and gentlemen. So somebody asked what happened to Cletus and Alex Taylor's cars. Alex's car went 697 at 200 miles an hour on day 2 and put 2 cylinders out. That's what I've been told. I can't remember what exactly the problems were, but she apparently smoked 2 cylinders. That's what I was told. Cletus's car slowed to an 1181, and I heard that he was trying to put bearings in it and found that the crankshaft had excessive play in it. So that's why those 2 are out. We're going to come back with a couple of our stellar vehicles right here. We were just talking about Jeremy Howell in the flat plane crank 5.2 GT350 Shelby-based Flat Fox Mustang. And this is a stick shift car. Now, the thing is, it looks like they're pushing him back. I don't know if he doesn't have reverse or if the car is broken, as it sounds like Corey Thompson's twin-turbo Chevelle is running on the right-hand side as he's waiting patiently. I'm not sure if Jeremy's car is broke or just no reverse. Well, they stepped away from it, so that makes me think it has no reverse. That's what it looks like. Yep, they're waving him forward. So, left-hand side, Jeremy Howell, the 91 Mustang. Again, 826, his best run. The Super Street leading right of Corey Thompson. He's gone 775 and 778 in that Resto fresh-looking Chevelle. So, a couple of your heavy hitters to get a start here in radial. The stick shift car left side. The automatic car right side. They're ready. Thompson off first. Howell giving chase. Thompson gets loose, pedals it right back into the groove, and goes 830 at 174, 801 at 181. The best pass so far this week for Jeremy Howe. Yes, it was. Holy cow, that Chanel would have probably clipped the damn wall if he wouldn't have pedaled it as soon as he did there. That'll bring up Timothy Blythe next right side and the Rowdy Radio leading GTO of Andy Cook left side. Tire spin for the Triumph, and Cook goes 524. He's just on rails in the GTO. 878 at 165 for Timothy Blythe after a 180 60-foot time. But I'll tell you what, man, Andy Cook just has Rowdy Radio on lockdown. 523, 523, 524 at 139. Andy Cook is a man on a mission right now. Timothy Blythe in the Spitfire recovering to go 878 at 165 after a 180 60-foot time. And that will bring up CJ Durbin in the twin turbo pickup truck. They've already swapped a different engine in this car. And CJ will line up with EJ. So CJ on the left, EJ on the right. EJ Nageli in the 1957 model Gasser wagon. Just put this thing together. Both of them are running the 8-mile inspired Rowdy Radio class. CJ with the new 4.8 under the hood, a 678 at 107 for him. 10:02 at 70 miles an hour. So EJ may be having some trouble. That's about 2 seconds slow over what she ran yesterday, but she still has now completed 4 days in the 57 Gasser. So not a bad deal. EJ will probably still be all smiles. I'm not sure if they'll come back around and make another hit. But she has successfully now completed 4 stops. I believe that was EJ in the 57 Chevy. Yes, Sam is on the starting line, so that was EJ. The internet was asking if it's Sam or EJ since both of them had talked about making a possible run in it. So yes, that was EJ behind the wheel. Here comes Michael Manuel. Manuel in the 1989 big block twin turbo Camaro on the right-hand side. He's owned this car since he was 16 years young. Left-hand side, the gorgeous sunset orange metallic Camaro of Greg Edwards. I've seen this car run NMCA True Street before. This is a low-A-tech capable hot rod. Both of them are bumped in and ready. Off the starting line, little wheels on launch for Greg. Both of them hooked up good here to the finish line. How about 8:02 right side, 8:17 left side as both of them hanging the laundry out. Edwards with the better speed at 175. Here comes your leader in the unlimited class, your second quickest average overall of 681 for the 275 radial tire wearing 1993 model Mustang. I thought it was a 91. This is Devin Vanderhoof. This is his car, but being wheeled by good friend Josh Davis. Davis so far has run 686 at 208. And yesterday at Union Grove, 676 at 208. The little small tire Mustang looking to nail down a one and done, as they would like to be able to drop the top and head to Motion Raceworks. So Devin, the big guy, the guy behind the keyboard and all the efforts on this car, Josh is going to build some boost in the big block, single turbo Mustang. He gets the green light. Oh, and it was hooked up just past the 60-foot, knocked the tire loose. He's going to run it out the back door anyway. 831 at just 141. That'll give him at least a number. But unfortunately, the car knocking the tires off just past the 60-foot. All right, here comes Clark Rosenstengel, the twin turbo Steve Morris power 2010 model Camaro. This car has been over 200 miles an hour, not only on the racetrack, but also at the standing mile. Clark has done quite a bit with this car, and again, he is currently leading modified with a pair of 7.6-second passes. So he's looking for a one and done right here if he can get it. He's going to spool up the turbos and bump it in left side. He's ready. Little aggressive on it, pedals it 3 times. And finally, after the 3rd time, says, okay, I've had enough. So he will coast down the racetrack to a 1269. And he will definitely be back around. That is not a time slip that he would willingly want to hand in. That'll bring up your number 2 car in the 6 street race category, Tim Flanders. Flanders in the 86 Coyote powered turbocharged 86 Mustang left side. He'll race Rich Bellman. Bellman in the wheel standing parts breaking 69 Firebird. This is a pro-charged Pontiac powered 69 Firebird right side. He spun on his first pass yesterday, so he loosened up the shock travel for round number 2, and he found all the travel he wanted. They're staged and ready. Bellman a little gun shy off the starting line, and obviously I can understand why. He wants to be able to make it to the next stop. Look at the scoreboard, 8.500 for Tim Flanders. You can do no better in an 850 limited class, 8.500. That is a one and done, ladies and gentlemen. Flanders is going to be cheering from the seat so loud you'll hear him in the grandstands. And I guarantee you that is a one and done. He'll pack it up and head for Motion Raceworks. That'll bring up Josh Norris Sr., the naturally aspirated small block Hilborn injected 67 Nova right side. He will race class leader Travis Larson in the white Mustang left-hand side. He's also looking for 8.500. Norris having problems off the starting line. Now we're looking at Larson's scoreboard. Flanders just went 850. What's Larson run? 858 at 160. Not a bad pass, but it's about 800ths over what he would like to put on the digit. So we might see him come back around and do it again. But an 858 at 160 is not bad. Now, he is not running the same class as Tim Flanders. Flanders is running in 6 street race. Travis Larson is running in street race 275. That will bring up the stick shift leading Brian Crane next. Crane over in the Cobra left-hand side. He's going to run the Barra-powered Ford Fairmont. They call it the Barramont. Over on the right-hand side, the Barramont being wheeled by Fonzie Novella. The Fairmont dancing around a little bit. Brian Crane working the gear shift lever left-hand side. And he gets an 860 at 166. That's his best pass of the week. His crewman says, yeah, let's go. I'll take it. 860 at 166 for Brian Crane. That should keep him in the lead of stick. Over on the opposite side, 986 at 144 for the Barramont of Fonzie Novella. That's a good pass for him. I'm not sure if he'll try to improve upon it, as he did have to pedal it down low, or if he goes ahead and switches to street trim and gets on the road. The wheel standing 88 Monte Carlo, you saw this one in photos on the race review yesterday, as this one pulled a big wheel stand coming off the starting line. He'll face Randy Fuller in the 84 pickup truck. The Monte Carlo is Eric Burrows. Both of them got the front ends tied down good as they come off the starting line. Pickup truck right side, Monte Carlo left side. Monte Carlo going to get there first. 880 with a 7 at 156. 971, 137 for the pickup truck. Both of them right about where they were yesterday. That'll bring up the 2011 Shelby. Next on the left-hand side. The Pro Dial Your Own car of Mike Reimars. Reimars in the Cobra Jet Rivalry Shelby. He'll face Jimmy Reinhardt. Reinhardt in the boosted by Rhino 1972 model Chevy Nova. This is the LS Swap single turbo ride of Drew Fleming. Fleming allowing Jimmy Reinhardt to do the deal and run low nines here this week. And Reinhardt comes off the starting line. The car kind of falters as it comes off the wheel stand. It might have gone to the right a little bit. So Jimmy's going to save the parts and pieces and come back around. 987 at 138 for the Mustang. Reinhardt will roll through to a 13-second pass. Now over 4,200 people watching on the live stream. We appreciate you all jumping on board as I'm trying to once again walk and chew gum at the same time, and I'm failing miserably at it. So if I miss something on the live stream chat, please let me know. And it's not me personally done, just trying to keep after everybody else that's running here. Malibu down left-hand side, Lexus down right-hand side. Malibu goes 891 at 153. Sean Smythe in the Lexus goes 990 at 140. The Malibu left-hand side in the Street Race 275 category, that's Dino Rebelletti. Rebelletti is currently in the number 4 spot with the Malibu. Here comes your number 2 car in the Street Race 275 category. This is Jeremy Ortiz. Ortiz in the LS single turbo swap. Yeah, you see a pattern here? 1995 Nissan 240. He was asking for a new spark plug threader because he yanked all the threads out of it earlier. We'll see if he's got everything fixed and on the up and up. He'll face the naturally aspirated Nova, the Mean Nova of Michael Pica. This is Resto Fresh Nova. He had about 8 runs on it before he showed up here this week. Jeremy Ortiz out in front of the turbocharged Nissan. He goes 844 at 170. They fixed it, but they fixed it too good. He ran about 600ths of a second too quick. He can't turn that time slip in. He's in an 850 limited category. 976 at 136 for the Mean Nova. The 936 is a good 976 is a good run there for Pica. He can turn that number in, but unfortunately for Ortiz, that's a no-go. The 844 you can't turn in. The big block 1970 Chevelle left-hand side. And the Ford Fairmont right side. Fairmont gets there first. 985 at 135. 963 at 140 for the Chevelle. Andrew Heinstead made the Fairmont run right side. Left-hand side was Dalton Major. That'll bring up the 1966 model Pontiac Le Mans next left-hand side. The Pontiac of Eric Wigan. He's running Pro Dial Your Own. Right-hand side, the Slimer Green, I call it, Ford Mustang. This is the 1987 model Ford Mustang. That's Michael Letterson. He's running in the Street Race 275 category, so he'd like to see something in the 8s. He's going to get a low 9 out of it instead. 930 at 157. 1091 at 125 for the pure Pontiac-powered Pontiac. That'll bring up a pair of classic Chevy products. Kevin New next. In the all orange with a little bit of black influence, 1967 model Chevy Camaro. Yeah, this is kind of the 80s, 90s paint scheme where they painted everything one color. It's been in the 880 range. He'll face the engine swap man himself, Bill Schwartz. Schwartz has swapped pretty much everything in the 1969 model Chevy Chevelle on the right-hand side. He swapped the engine first, then swapped the cylinder head on it, last night just to make it here. He's been in the 9s with the replacement engine. So this one should be Kevin New at the front. New in the Camaro left-hand side down to the finish line. He goes 877, 154. 1047 to 128 for Bill Schwartz. That'll bring up Keith Landauer. Landauer currently in the number 3 spot in the 275 street race class. We'll race Audrey Beeler. Beeler in the 1968 model Chevy El Camino. It's got the ZL1 swapped into it from Dad Tom's Camaro when he put a big block with twins in it. So they had a spare ZL1 driveline. How nice would it be to have a spare late model Camaro driveline? Here's a 500 horsepower supercharged LT engine. Would you like to put this in something? So the purple 10-second El Camino will stage up left side. Attention in the pits, my D group. D group, D is in David. I need you to lanes 6, 7, and 8. D group. D group, I need you to the lanes, please. D group. D group, I need you to the lanes, please. Nova goes 944 at 142 for Landauer. 1064, 124 for Audrey Beeler. That will bring up the Ford Ranger and the Chevy 2 Nova. The nitrous-infused Chevy 2 Nova. For those of you that might be interested, Chevy actually used both the Nova and the Chevy 2 nameplate up until 1968. 1968 was the last year they used the Chevy 2 moniker, and then they dropped it. This is Jerry Kniesel or Jerry Kniesel, one or the other. It just depends on whether you like the K dropped or not. The Ford Ranger is Eric Olson, and Olson goes 874 at only 135, so letting out of the gas early. 902 at 150 for Jerry in the Nova. That's right about where he has been all week. Yeah, the Camaro on the right-hand side. That is a late model LS Whipple supercharged Camaro, and it is a gorgeous car. You have to see this one in person to appreciate it. This is Matt Frederick's 73 Camaro. He ran in the 890s yesterday. That's what he's trying to do today. Holly Lester going down in the 93 Olds. But right now, all eyes on Matt. And Matt goes 890 with an 8 at 152. That's his best pass of the week. 1040 at 146 for Holly. Holly doesn't have her license, so she needs to go slower than 10 flat. And that Oldsmobile has been seriously tuned down from its 860 capability. How about the naturally aspirated Pontiac Firebird? A 1982 model Pontiac Firebird comes up next, left side of the racetrack. This is Terry Miller. He will race the 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner. The Roadrunner of Mike Chenoweth. Chenoweth is running in the 6 street race class. Again, the Firebird is in the naturally aspirated class. Pontiac Firebird currently number 2, has been in the 860 range, naturally aspirated. Will he knock down another one right here? 874, 157. He's about a tenth of a second slow over what he ran yesterday, but that will still work. 1132 at just 82 miles an hour, right-hand side. That's not what they wanted. He got out of the gas early. That'll bring up Scott Klebinger. Klebinger in the 3rd Gen Jet. Single turbo LS swapped Camaro. Yeah, again, you see a theme here. Keith Fenstead will stage up the non-LS powered swapped Ford Fairmont over on the left-hand side. If you want me to blow your mind just a little bit, this is a single turbo pushrod Ford engine with a blow-through carburetor. Yeah, people actually still do that. Scott gets a little kick out of the 3rd Gen Jet, but back in the gas now as he's right alongside Keith and to the finish line. 879 left side, 881 right side. Not exactly what Scott wanted as he's been in the bottom 8s, but he saved the pass right there as he caught it when it kicked the rear end sideways. That'll bring up our next 2 cars. 78 model Monte Carlo right-hand side, Malibu station wagon left-hand side. The Monte Carlo right-hand side is Randy Miller. Miller running the Street Race 275 category, and the wagon is running in the Dial Your Own class. That's Michael Puckett. Puckett had the transmission out of this car for about 3.5 hours on the first day, got it fixed and got it back into the lanes in time to make a pass. Puckett having all kinds of problems, and Randy Miller also having problems. Puckett will run it out the back door to get the fuel trim data, 1060 at 116. Randy continuing to have problems. Coast across at 1647. Now that run will count both sides. It's obviously not what they wanted. The really bad part for Puckett was he had a 2.36 second reaction time, which means that 1060 is now technically an 1196. So it gives him even more reason to come back and run it again. Look who is in the water box, ladies and gentlemen. This is Brian Goldstone. Goldstone, the twin turbo 1973 AMC Javelin. Currently your quickest car on the week, based on average. He went 668 on the first day. He went 677 yesterday. His current average is 672 for the 1973 model AMC Javelin. So Goldstone has already had some issues as he was in the lanes, and then the car went back to the pit area, and now he has returned. So his crew guy setting the wheelie bars where they want it. And they will roll Brian Goldstone forward. Again, so far, our quick time of the day has only been a 770. So far, nobody has run in the sixes yet. Good opportunity for it to come right here, as again, we have 3 cars left of the original 5 that were in the sixes. So the crewman puts him on the starting line where he thinks the best rubber patch is. Goldstone gonna build boost and bumps it in. Pull the trigger and hang on. Here we go. Has to pedal it once, twice, and says no good. So Goldstone will coast across to a 10:02 at just 106. So unfortunately, all 3 of our quick cars in the sixes, no one making it down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to do a little bit of track prep. We have our D group in the lanes, and I believe we did have some radial cars come back for the A and B group that we are going to run. So once again, final call for D group for your first session, final call for D as in David group for your next session. As we're going to touch the racetrack up a little bit, we're going to do some commercials on the online stream. So I'll be back here with you in just a few minutes.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
I guarantee you, your brakes don't spin like this. Get you some TBMs and they might.
Oh, hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? It is the magazine for the drag and drive community. If you haven't subscribed yet, get over to sickthemag.com. Subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine. Check it out.
To make the most powerful muscle car in the world, you might think we signed a deal with the devil. That's ridiculous. We just summoned a demon.
Some folks do it for money, others do it for free. Why anyone else would bother never meant much to me. Some call it obsession, something like a possession. But me, myself, and I, we just call it what it is, yeah, the profession.
Peak antifreeze and coolant, fueled by freedom. Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going-to-town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit, and not stopping until the old tires pop. And when the day is done, there's nothing more satisfying than cracking open some cold snacks, kicking off the old earth stompers, and blasting some rock and roll on the old radio. So let's rev up our engines and chase our dreams because we're fueled by freedom.
I'm doing the ad. Have you guys heard about Sick the Mag? It's the greatest magazine for drag and drive community. What else you want me to say? Glossy, awesome pictures. We have a pretty awesome editing team. Or is there a team? Can you do it in slow motion? If you haven't heard of Sick the Mag, you must live under a rock. Subscribe. It's awesome. I'm Bob Miller, and I approve this message.
Did not keep your fluid levels up, so please do so. So the rolling burnout for the 84 Silverado pickup truck in honor of Adam Dory. And he will face Joshua Norris in the high-winding small block 67 Chevy 2 Nova. He had some traction problems last time, so we'll see how he does right here. There we go, the wheel stand out of the Chevy 2 Nova as we expect for Josh Norris. He's looking for a 9-second best, as is bad boy Leroy Brown over on the right side. 979's a pair of them. 979 in both lanes, 137 mile an hour in both lanes as they were looking at each other side by side going down the racetrack. That was a good pair. Over 3,500 people watching live and online. We thank you for being part of it. All right, that'll bring up our next pair. Jimmy Reinhardt in the Boosted by Rhino Nova and Travis Larson in the 1990 Mustang right side. He's looking for a better pass, as is Jimmy. Jimmy has not put down the pass that he wanted either in Rich. And once again, it looks like the Nova comes off the starting line and unloads the rear tire. Larson to the finish line. Larson goes 8:57.9 at 1:59. I don't think that's what he wanted. Let me take a look and see what he ran on his last pass. Actually, he may not have. No, he went 8:58 at 160, so he's real consistent. Just not consistently as fast as he wants to be. So Reinhardt coasting down the racetrack as unfortunately he has been pretty reliable in the Chevy Nova, but unfortunately now having problems, and we'll see if we can't get that one figured out. So Jimmy Reinhardt in the 72 Nova, not near the 9-second pace he needs to be. And the door coming open on the 2011 Shelby right-hand side. Something going on there. I can't quite make out what was being said, but Fonzie Avello in the Barramont, the Ford Fairmont with the 6-cylinder Barra power plant over on the left side, and the 2011 Shelby Mustang over on the right-hand side. You hear the unique sound of the Barra. Michael Reimar's over on the right side. Through the single tailpipe. How would you feel to be in a Shelby and get dusted by a Fairmont? 9:51 at 1:39 for the parachute pack in Barramont. 10:14 at 1:36 for the Shelby. Not a bad pass at all, but to get passed by a car that sounds like it's carrying a group of angry bees on board, and the Baramont laying down another 9-second pass. Trying to keep an eye on the live chat as well. The fastest or the quickest pass today so far, again, is still Ed Enzor. 770 at 160, which is still a couple of tenths of a second off what he normally runs. As a lot of people have struggled so far with trying to get traction. Here's a couple of cars that laid down good numbers last time. Michael Pryka. Mike Pryka. Yeah, this is a father and son operation. 1972 Nova, he calls the mean Nova. This is a recently rebuilt car after he had a mild incident with a deer, and when I say mild, I mean he gutted it. 1972 LS-powered Nova over on the left-hand side, and the 67 Camaro over on the right-hand side. The Camaro of Kevin New. New looking for something in the 8s again. Goes 887 at 154, 973 at 136. I believe that is the best run of the week so far for Pryka, and hopefully they will pack it up and they will head to Motion Raceworks as a 976 and a 973 for Pryka. The car literally is kind of like a bracket/index car at times. That'll bring up the Ford Fairmont and the big block powered 1970 model Chevy Chevelle. These two lined up last time, and they were in opposite lanes of each other this time. And as last time, both of them hooked up good. This time, the Chevelle having problems. He's going to make the run out the back door anyway, 1037 at 140, and the Fairmont slows to an 1162. Clark Rosenstengel coming back around for another shot. Left side of the racetrack. Clark did the not once, not twice, but 3 times I spun the tires, and that doesn't work for a low ET. So he got out of the gas and decided to come back around and give it another try. Mark Kranz with the 1967 Chevelle. Mark Kranz, if you have a minute, come to the second floor of the tower, please. Mark Kranz. Mark Kranz with the 1967 model Chevelle. If you have a minute, come to the second floor of the tower. I have some information for you. Rosenstengel is in and ready. Still has it tuned down. Still pedaling it. Now all the way out the back door, 839, but look at the speed, 190 miles an hour for Clark Rosenstengel. Obviously not the 7-second pass he wants, but he got it through the top end. We'll bring up the G-body pair. Dean Anderson right side, the Pro Dial Your Own Malibu. Puckett over on left side with the wagon. Tire spin for both. Both of them yet again have to pedal it. Right side, out in front. Dean to the top end. Goes 883 at 160, 986 at 139. Both of them off what they've run earlier this week, as a lot of people are just struggling for traction right now. It has become a tuner race here at Tri-State Raceway. As I mentioned earlier, we had 130-degree track temps at Cordova, so this is not the first time that drivers have had to go into the bag of tricks to figure out how to get down the racetrack. I mean, it is June and there is a lot of sun, so keep that in mind. There's only so much you can do with a racetrack. Next pair up, the Chevy Camaro right side, Jeremy Ortiz in the 95 Nissan left-hand side. Camaro driver is Kenneth Selner. Selner off the starting line. Ortiz needs to go 850 or slower left side. Goes 860 at 155. He got out of the gas early, but thankfully he could turn that time slip in. The previous one he couldn't. He went 844 on the previous pass, so that was no good. This time he'll be able to hand that time slip in. He may come back around and make another shot at it. Speaking of making another shot, Jimmy Reinhardt coming back around. So Drew Fleming's Nova being wheeled by Jimmy Reinhardt. And once again, the car just annihilating the tires as soon as the front end come back to terra firma. So Jimmy has now made 3 shots at the racetrack and has not found what he wanted. And that is the first time I have ever seen that car struggle that much. He has done both 6 weeks and now 6 summer with it. And unfortunately is just not having the luck he needs right now. So he's going to have to make some kind of drastic change with it in order to get that car back into the bottom 9s where he wants to be. That'll bring up the 89 twin-turbo big block Camaro of Michael Manuel. He has been in the 7s with this car earlier this week. Not going to happen on that one, though, as he spun the tires right off the starting line. He's still going to roll it down the top end anyway, 954 at a blistering 173 miles an hour after a somewhat sluggish 1.92 60-foot time. Yeah, that's not optimal to run 7s with a 192 60-foot time. Not unless you're starting with a mid-6-second car, it isn't. Yes, sir. Mike Reimar's coming up in the 2011 Shelby left-hand side. He'll make a single pass here. He's looking to get back in the 9-second range as he's been in all week. .1052 at 133 as Reimers does not improve, and I believe that will move us into the D group. That's the 1150 and slower class. Our first pair down, the Impala going 1325 at 101, 1570 at 86 miles an hour for Sean Lewis in the Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. Lance Scott in the 1966 Chevy 2 left side, the police pursuit vehicle over on the right-hand side. That's the white Chevy. That's Carl Reisinger. Reisinger goes 1251 at 113, 1192 at 117 for the sweet Chevy 2. Had to stop and think about it for a minute. I was like, no, but it's still a Chevy 2. That'll bring up the Mad Dog's Garage pickup truck against the F Cancer Chevy Nova. Frederick Kirkhock in the 1948 model GMC pickup truck right side. The Nova left-hand side is Joe Hangy. Hangy goes 1517 at 94 miles an hour, 1559 for the pickup truck. That'll bring up Mike Chenoweth. Chenoweth in the Roadrunner right-hand side. He'll go up against the Olds Cutlass next. The Cutlass is Eric Perldick. spin for the Roadrunner as he is pedaling it and trying to get it figured out. And finally, about the 330-foot mark, it falls silent. Oldsmobile down the racetrack. It was 1268 at 108.
I'm going to pull my trailer behind me. I got 4 wheels.
Studebaker Commander, right-hand side, and the Chevy Corvette, left-hand side. Corvette gets there first, 1229 at 110. The Studi going 1313 at 111. That'll bring up the mid-12 second 1966 Ford T-Bird next. When was the last time you saw a mid-60s Ford T-Bird on the racetrack? Against the 1996, last year that they made them, Chevrolet Impala Super Sport in the dark cherry color that they only offered for the last 2 years. 1255 at 108 for the Impala, 1268 at 104 for the T-Bird. The T-Bird in the Dial Your Own class, that's Jim Borden. And we are already on to our next pair. Chevrolet Police Pursuit Vehicle again. We have about 3 of those out here this week, I believe, that are joining us. At least 3, possibly 4. The 1961 Buick Skylark. Yeah, this is just like the Tempest. These were the slightly more compact versions before 1964 when they went on the GM A-Body platform. He says no. 1337 at 105 for the Buick. 1306 for the Police Pursuit Vehicle. Brian Atwood in the Buick. And Thomas Hooten. Yeah, the joke's there. I'm just not going to say it. Running the Police Pursuit Vehicle. Big block Chevy Chevelle coming up again on left-hand side. And another Police Pursuit Vehicle right side. The Chevelle looking like it's getting the hook that they wanted that time. That's Dalton Major. He's running the naturally aspirated class. He goes 948 to 140. Might have had a car or two mixed in there with the coming back around for the A and B group radial. 1406 at 101 for the latest Police Pursuit Vehicle. I feel like I keep saying that. This one, David Croft, 2012 model. Apparently up in these parts, that doesn't sound wrong, does it? Up in these parts? Because normally most people say down this way or down in these parts. But everybody likes Police Pursuit Vehicles up here because, like I said, there's at least 3 or 4 of them. These are definitely not Police Pursuit Vehicles. 1956 Dodge Suburban left side. 1971 Plymouth GTX right side. The Dodge Suburban is Rick Gray. The 1971 Plymouth is Justin Gray. So this is the Gray and Gray show going on. 1275 or 111 for the Suburban. 1417, 97 miles an hour for the GTX. And before somebody jumps online and says, well, wait a second, Plymouth didn't make a Suburban. I had at least 6 people that confirmed on the internet yesterday that they did. So you're wrong. Slightly kidding. 1962 model Impala, we have, I believe, 2 of these out here this week. One's a stick shift, one's an automatic, and the Buick Regal, the little V6 turbocharged Regal. A little bit of traction trouble for him as he goes down right-hand side. Right side goes 1191 at 118. That was David Pascal. He's running the Bullseye Challenge. 1327 at 106 for the Impala. Also running the Bullseye Challenge is Andy Window. Neither one of them close to the 54 number. So they'll come back around and try again. That'll bring up the Coyote-powered Mustang, the S197 model Mustang. Jordan, he's running the Dial Your Own class. He's facing the third-gen Camaro over on the left-hand side. The Camaro of Charles Edwards, the 1985 model. Mustang gets there first, 1291 with a 7 at 112. Camaro moved before the tree was activated, so no elapsed time there for him. Here comes one of the biggest cars on the property, 1972 Mercury station wagon. This car came by us yesterday in the SIG-inspired Chevrolet Tahoe, and there were 4 people leaning out of it, rowing in the air to try and get it to go faster. This is a wheel-standing mid-11-second nitrous-infused Mercury wagon. All 9 of the Price family on board between this car and a car that's in sick ward. They're probably having the most fun possible out here on 6 Summer. Once again, it going wheels up left-hand side. Robbie Price trying to better his 11:47 during the week. Can he do it right here? Top end. 11:43 with a 1 at 118. And you see the high five for the family as they say, yep, new career best number for the week. The Price family, 11:43 at 118, 12:20 at 112, right-hand side. I have talked to them at pretty much every checkpoint along the way, and I'll tell you what, they are the epitome of what we want to see of Drag and Drive. They are having the most fun out here of the people that I've met, and that is why we enjoy doing this. Makes all the work worthwhile. Dial Your Own Buick Regal of Joe Nowak going down left side. Goes 1277 at just 81 miles an hour. 1307 at 104 for the Chevy pickup truck of Mark Sanford. Sanford is running in the Bullseye Challenge. A 1307 will not get you close to the 54. You're asking, what is it? Right-hand side is a Goblin. It's a kit car. Left-hand side is a 1968 Plymouth Fury. The Fury belonging to Nick Parisi. Parisi, we did a story on this car not too long ago. Goes 1251 at 108 for the Dial Your Own ride. 1298 at 107 for the Goblin. Amos Eason in the 1974 Chevy Nova. The turbocharged Buick station wagon on the right-hand side. The 1980 model Buick Century wagon of Eric Larson. Lawson's going to get around the Nova. 1173 at 124. 1201 at 113 for the Nova. Then we have a couple of unique hot rods. 1955 model Oldsmobile left-hand side. And the Dodge Dart will come up right-hand side. The Dart is Carl. Oh, wait, I actually got to look up how he says it. He says, unlike some people that have too many consonants and not enough vowels, his last name has too many vowels and not enough consonants. Carl Raynexis. Raynexis in the Dodge, going down right-hand side. And Kim Sennecut in the Oldsmobile. 1275 at 109 right side, 1568 at 90 miles an hour for Kim Sennecut in the Oldsmobile. And I believe I've announced her husband's name a couple of times, so Kim, my apologies on that, as I was going off a wrong list apparently. I do know that your husband, when I did talk to him about doing the story on the car, told me that you would be driving in your first Drag and Drive, so don't they say forgiveness? It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission? Ford Fairmont going down right side, a 1976 model Corvette going down left-hand side. Left side goes 14-17 at 96 miles an hour for the Corvette of Jeff Richardson. Right-hand side was Nick Kurziak in the 80 Fairmont. He goes 12.84. That'll bring up the show quality worthy 1969 model Dodge Charger. This is Larry Bricky. Bricky in his first drag and drive and his first drag racing experience ever in the Dodge Charger. Yeah, it's a resto fresh, real clean looking hot rod. He'll race the square body pickup truck on the left-hand side. The square body will get there first. Richard Richmond goes 12.07 at 110. Bricky goes 15.83 at 89 miles an hour in the stock Dodge Charger. The 2000 model S10 pickup truck comes up next, left-hand side. In the Dolly Run class, that's Ryan Rose. He'll face the 1965 Ford Falcon over on the opposite side. This is Johnny Hopewell. This is Hopewell's first car. He bought it in 1987. Little small block Ford, 347 cubic inch small block Ford action. And is also his first drag and drive. He finishes his lap at 12:48 at 107. The S10 follows at 16:67. 1967 model Buick will come up next against the late second-gen Chevy Camaro. So the Camaro having some problems left-hand side and is coasting down the racetrack. 12:39 at 110 for the Buick. The Camaro enjoying every bit of the racetrack as long as he could for a 34-second lap. Attention in the pits, Johnny Richmond, I have a delivery for you in the second floor of the tower. Johnny Richmond, I have a delivery for you on the second floor of the tower. That'll bring up, I believe, what is Six Summers PT Cruiser. This is the 2021 F350 Dodge dually converted to the single Mickey Thompson Pro Bracket radial over on the right-hand side, and the 1978 model El Camino on the left-hand side. The dually turned single. Can we actually say that? The dually turned single? Okay, yeah, I mean, I know I said it. It doesn't mean it's right. Robert Hill in the 2021 Ford over on the right side. I believe his best pass of the weekend has been in the bottom 15s. Single turbo, single wheel dually. There we go. Doesn't sound right, but let's go with it. The El Camino over on the left-hand side finishes his lap at 12:92 at 105. That was Daniel Balk. 1786 at 78 miles an hour for the F350, and then I don't think that's acceptable. We need to get him to come back around. Couple of Camaros coming to the starting line here. Second gen and a third gen. The second gen left-hand side belongs to Nicholas Balk, 77 model Z28. That's the last year that they built that particular body style. They went to the different taillights and different front end in 1978 and continued to use it through 81. Just in case you need something to talk about at a party sometimes with second gen Camaros. Third gen Camaro on the right-hand side belongs to Thomas Betweiser. Betweiser in the 86 goes 14:23 at 96, 14:69 at 92 miles an hour for Nicholas Balk, who followed in the footsteps of Daniel Balk, who went down in front of him. Now, this has been something that I'm going to ask the internet to weigh in on, because we all know that they're never wrong. I said that with a little bit of sarcasm, because the internet has been helpful at times. Our chat room people have been great at times as well. We appreciate them tuning in. So here's the question that I'm going to pose to our chat room right now, because I've heard a couple of different theories on this. Not that I don't believe anybody, but I just would like to hear from the chat room. Please don't comment unless you know for certain. So a 4-door S10. I have never seen one of these before this week. Now, I have been told two completely different things about the 4-door S10 that is owned by Sean Dillner. I was told that originally it was only offered in a 4x4. Then somebody else told me it was only offered in Mexico. Now, it's not that I don't believe either of those two people, but I'd like to know a little bit more information about it. 1583 at 98 miles an hour. I mean, I guess the easy thing to do is just go over and ask the owner, but who's to know if they're going to lie to me? Somebody's saying I can't handle the truth, and then the next answer is it's the Chinese S10. It only came in black, and it's from NASA. Thank you, chat room. Once again, you deliver. Alex Corella, the answer is C. Thank you, everyone, for livening up our day. We appreciate it. Okay, so somebody said 4-wheel drive in USA, 2-wheel drive in Mexico. Okay, that's an interesting idea. Somebody said Wikipedia. I don't have the time to do that. That's what you guys and the girls in the chat room are for. Don't you realize that by now? You are here to do my bidding. I am here to entertain you. You're here to do my bidding. Dan Devorian, the 64 El Camino left-hand side, will race the Mercury Zephyr on the right-hand side. The Mercury of Matt Miller. Miller goes 13:31 at 106, 13:63 left side for the El Camino. The 4-door S10 was an American offered vehicle. There was only a 4-wheel drive option truck. So yes, more and more people are commenting 4x4. So I wonder if somebody swapped the frame or if they just got rid of the front 4-wheel drive. Okay. Lots of good information, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to the chat room for jumping in and letting us know. A lot of people saying they were only available in 4x4s. The wheel standing Monte Carlo will come up next, right side of the racetrack. That's Eric Sparks. Spark is running Dial Your Own. 1196 at 110. Rob, I do not need another vehicle. I just got rid of my 5th vehicle. I'm now down to 4. 4 is plenty. I don't need to be David Freiberger and have 20-something vehicles. As a matter of fact, I think he said he's trying to pare down his collection. I believe at one point David Freiberger said he had north of 40 vehicles. I think he said he's down to 27, something like that. '71 Trans Am. And I believe it is still Pontiac powered on the right-hand side of the racetrack. This is Christian Weigand. I'm going to have to ask, obviously, if her and the 66 Le Mans are related. I'm assuming that since they're both Pontiac and both the last names are Weigand, that it's a safe assumption. 1189 to 113 for the Trans Am. The pickup truck going down left-hand side, Kyle Ader. The 50 model F1 pickup truck goes 2454 at 52 miles an hour. Couple of VWs coming up next. Chuck Fryer, 1962 model in the terracotta color over on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is Prescott Phillips. Phillips ran the black one with us, I believe, at Sick Week. I believe the best wheel stand I've seen so far this week has come out of the right-hand side, the terracotta one. And I can honestly say I don't think I've ever announced a car with a terracotta paint coat. Yes, once again, right-hand side delivers on the wheel stand. There may have been tailpipe scrapage on that one. All the way down right-hand side goes 1185 at 111. Prescott Phillips having problems left side and goes 1611 at 90 miles an hour. That'll bring up the GMC Sierra, not to be confused with the Chevy Silverado. Adam, I hope you appreciate the fact that you have completely poisoned my brain into the fact I can't say Silverado. Oh, wait, I just did. Anymore. Usually I go for the Silverado. Is the word of the day what you just said, Rebar? because I'm not going to repeat it because that means that somebody would drink again. I did not notice that somebody actually put out phrase of the day. Third gen Camaro and the GMC Sierra. Third gen Camaro on the right-hand side out in front, 1242 at 111 for Holly. No, that's not Holly Lester. Holly Lester is running the Oldsmobile. So we must have had a duplicate number. 1531 at 92 miles an hour for the GMC Sierra pickup truck of Kyle Magnuson. The Party Wagon, 1969 GMC comes up left-hand side and the Ford pickup truck right side. For those of you that are wondering how exactly could you get the name of a GMC pickup truck as a Party Wagon, when they bought it off the side of the road, it said Party Wagon in medical tape across the glove box. So it sounded like a good name to keep. 1222 at 106 for the Ford. 1263 at 104 for the pickup truck left-hand side as Alex Johnson in the Ford and Adam Malik completed their runs. 67 Ford Mustang comes up next right side. And a beautiful Rally Sport Z28 69 Chevy Camaro comes up left-hand side. The Mustang is Nick Foss. He's running in the Bullseye category. And so is Dustin Nelson. This is Nelson's slower Camaro. He has a 8-second AA Copo Camaro. 1306 and a 1506. Gentlemen, you're both running the Bullseye Challenge. I have news for you. 06 is not the Bullseye. It looks good if it was, but the Bullseye is 54. So you need to lob about a half a second off those numbers. But it looks good to talk about considering you both went 06 off the gas. That'll bring up the four-door Chevy Nova, the 66 Chevy Nova on the right-hand side, and the 67 Cutlass left side. Jacob Eden in the Nova, the 67 Cutlass of Brian Hoffman, both of them running in the Dial Your Own category, which means they will not be running 06 or 54, or at least they shouldn't be. $13.69 left side, $17.37 right side. S10 pickup truck and Ford full-size pickup truck next. The S10 is KJ Kroger, the stick shift F-Series pickup truck. Oh, he went for second gear and didn't find it. He is back on the loud pedal left-hand side. The S10 is going to get their first 1175, 1294 at 111 for the F-Series. I am going to guess that these two are from the same family as they both have the same last name, C, S-E-E. So Nick C in the 62 Impala stick shift left side, Dave C in the 1963 Nova. There's all kinds of bad jokes I can use here, but I'm going to refrain and just call the numbers. Dave off the starting line first in the Chevy 2. Nick giving chase in the Impala. Dave gets to the finish line first, 1182 at 119, 1242 at 109. It looked like a good run as far as I could see. All right, I got one joke in. Sorry. The dad joke came out. I just couldn't restrict myself. 1980 model Chevy Malibu up next right-hand side, and the 1987 Town and Country left-hand side. The cool thing about the front-wheel drive Town and Country, it is one of two K cars on the property. And again, I just find it interesting. Jared Nowinski under color, instead of red, which adorns most of the car, he put wood. 1259 at 110 for the K car left side. 1202 at 111 right-hand side for Michael Bennett in the 1980 Malibu. GMC Jimmy comes up next. Yeah, this is the upscale Chevy Blazer. He will face the Chevy Silverado pickup truck. It does a good burnout, I can tell you that much. He did a nice rolling burnout yesterday at checkpoint number 1. He completely engulfed his trailer at the first checkpoint on day number 2. Goes 12:48 at 111 left side, 12:94 at 103 for the GMC Jimmy. That'll bring up our next 2 cars. As I believe the chat room has already stated, Wyatt Schultz in the 1988 model Chevy Camaro, I believe he has the slowest average so far, but he's still out here having fun on a drag and drive. He'll face the 1995 Chevrolet Caprice over on the left-hand side. The Caprice is Kessler Susie. Susie added some nitrous to the Caprice, goes 13:43 at 101 miles an hour. And the Camaro, 1927 at 73 miles an hour. Might move his average down a little bit. The 2016 little front-wheel drive Ford comes up next, left-hand side. Against the 1987 Buick Grand National the last year, they made the Grand National right-hand side. I believe at one point they referred to this as the gentleman's hot rod for the Grand National right-hand side. This is Tom Mack. He's running in Dial Your Own. The little Ford over on the left-hand side, the Pocket Rocket Ford, being wheeled by Ricky Durjay in the stick shift class. The V6 6-cylinder out in front right side goes 1182 at 120, 1280 at 112 for the little Pocket Rocket. How about this matchup? A couple of gassers on the starting line. The 59 Ford Econoline gasser and EJ in the Sick the Magazine gasser. EJ having fun over there in the Sick the Mag gasser. She is riding with Sam from the Cletus group. And she will face the Econoline here. The Econoline of John Erdman. Actually, it's a 63 model. They incorrectly called it a 59. 1187 at 110 with the nose up. EJ goes 1068 at 71 miles an hour. The 8th mile, she's running Rowdy Radio. Nathan Clabby in the stick shift 1986 Mercury left-hand side against the Chevy pickup truck. Stick shift car goes 1252 at 125, 1203 at 110 for the full-size Chevy pickup truck of Jennifer Craig. Then we got the 82 S10 pickup truck next on the left-hand side and the 86 model Ford Mustang. Matt Cartwright in the S10, Robert Cook in the Mustang. Not to be confused with Doug and Andy Cook. Apparently this is Cooks S10 out in front. And the S10 of Cartwright will get there first. 1269 at 107. 1312 at 104 for Cook. Couple of late second generation design F bodies. Pontiac Trans Am right side, Chevrolet Z28 left-hand side. Brian Gabriel in the 1980 model Trans Am. In this pair running the Dial Your Own car of Jordan York 1979 Camaro Z28. Trans Am gets there first, 1254 111, 1482 91 miles an hour for the Camaro Z28. Pontiac Grand Prix against first-gen Ford Lightning next. The Ford Lightning of Chris Cave. Cave in the 94 Ford Lightning will face the Pontiac Grand Prix of Anthony Miller. Miller is running in the Bullseye Challenge, so he's looking for something with a 54 or close to it. See what he does right here. 1213 at 91 miles an hour. 1536 at 87 for the Lightning. Mark Zadigan, 1988 model Chevy S10 with probably the biggest cowl hood I've seen on one lately. He'll stage up right-hand side. 1970 model Chevy Camaro, left-hand side. For Anthony Miller. Miller is running in Bullseye, so he is looking for something with a 54 on it. $12.49 with a 9 at the end of it. He's about 400s under the Bullseye. $14.68 at 103 for the S10. All right, here comes our first pass for our current number 3 car in modified. This is Dwayne Rull. Rull in the 1992 model Ford Mustang. He has gone 778 and 771 to sit in the number 3 spot right now in modified. The Mustang, he had to thrash on it this morning and have parts delivered here from the racetrack to his hotel. But he has gotten the car fixed, and now will stage up left-hand side. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I will take A and B radial class to lanes 3 and 4. A and B radial tire class, lanes 3 and 4. Keep in mind, quarantine slick, lane number 1. Quarantine radial, lane number 2. I was about to say, the bad part about this one is Roll actually went in and lit both bulbs, so he had a 2.78 reaction time. So that would have been added to his ET. So that wasn't going to be the run he wanted anyway. So he legs it out to a 10:55 at 108. Not the pass he wanted, but he does have a run in the books now. So he'll go back to the pits and take a look at all the data and make changes as necessary. Once again, A and B group radial cars. A and B group radial cars. Lanes 3 and 4 at this time, please. A and B group radial cars. A and B group radial cars. This will start our all-run session, but A and B group radial, that's what I need first. A and B group radial. A and B group radial, lanes 3 and 4, please. The Toyota Tacoma pickup truck of Sean Lewis going down right-hand side to a 15-second pass. 15:50 at 87 miles an hour. We will restage the Chevy Nova. Really nice-looking example of a Chevy 2 second-gen Nova. This is Lance Scott in the 66 Nova. $11.92 at 117 for the Nova. $12.90 at 107 left side, $15.22 at 91 miles on our right side. Here comes the 69 GTO convertible, the 55 Studebaker Commander. A couple of interesting cars to line up here. The Vince Rash-owned 69 GTO will stage up right side. The Studebaker, I believe this is the second pass for them. Staging up left-hand side, that's Stephen Donahue in the Studi. Donahue should be in the 12s. And he goes 13.04 at 111 here. The drop-top Pontiac goes 16.91 at 82 miles an hour. So Bryant Goldstone coming back around. One of 3 6-second cars that is still in competition, but so far today we have had nobody even get close to the 6s. Right now, again, the quickest run of the day, a 770 at 160 miles an hour. That's lifting for Ed Enzor, the naturally aspirated Mustang. He has been in the 740s at over 182 miles an hour at his previous 2 runs. But right now, the track has been a little touchy. So Bryant Goldstone, the 73 AMC Javelin, your current quickest average of 672, and the leader of Unlimited Iron, would like something in the 6s. Did he pull it back enough to still get a 6? Top end says 740 at 166. So he pulled it back a little too much. Probably got out of it at the finish line, but that's still good. That will give Goldstone something to work with. That is the new quick time of the day. I didn't think I would say that about a 740. But a 471 at 156 at half track. Yeah, he was well out of it before he hit the 1,000-foot, as he only picked up 10 miles an hour to the back half. But it'll work. It'll get him there. It's way better than the 10:02 he ran earlier by leaps and bounds and yards. Oh, my. 1961 model Buick right side. 1956 model Dodge Suburban left side. Rick Gray goes 1287 at 107. The Buick follows at 1337 at 105 for Brian Atwood. John Ferroni in the right-hand drive, 1972 Dodge Charger, the Aussie power plant. Coming up left-hand side for a single. He has been in the 780 range at the last 2 stops. I was about to say, normally John never disappoints with the burnouts. That one was one of his shorter ones. But still got plenty of poof out of it. Ferroni currently leading the Pro Street class with a 787 average. Evan Erkowitz in the 78 Malibu, number 2 at 832. So John has a little bit of a cushion here. Not a lot. He has some. This is his first pass of the day. So let's see how he does right here. Again, 789 and 782 is what he's run so far. And John is not afraid to wheel it and deal it as he goes down the racetrack. What did I literally just say? A lot of people would have been out of it before they had passed the Christmas tree, and John pedaled it 3 times after smoking the tires. He wanted that pass badly, but had 15 seconds to collect his thoughts afterwards. He obviously did not go to the starting line with the soft tune-up engaged. 1971 GTX comes back around. This is the Gray family's GTX. And the 1994 stick shift Ranger of Aaron Gerke. Gerke trying to get off the starting line, just kind of bogs it down to ride the clutch. And we'll get out the back door this time. 1098 at 129 for the stick shift Ranger. 1425 at 97 miles an hour for Justin Gray. Buick Regal and Coyote-powered S197 chassis Mustang next. The Buick and the Mustang on their way down the racetrack. 1165 at 117 for the Buick. 1254 at 115 for the stick shift Mustang. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. D group, your lanes are now closed. D group, your lanes are now closed. D group, D as in David, your lanes are now closed. We will run what's left, we will do track prep, and then we will go to our all-run session. I have called A and B group radials, A and B group radials to the lanes, A and B group radials, A and B group radials to the lanes. 1312 at 106 for the third-gen Camaro left side. 1524 at 69 miles an hour for the 62 Impala right side. 1974 Chevy Nova left side. 1980 model Buick Wagon right-hand side. Nova gets the timers first, 1096 at 122, 1165 at 124 for the Turbo V6 Wagon. 1980 model Ford Fairmont comes up next left side. 1976 model Chevrolet Corvette right-hand side. Fairmont's going to get there first left side. 1304 at 97 miles an hour. 1392 at 97 for the Plastic Fantastic Corvette. 79 Z28 will come up next right-hand side. Left-hand side, the G-Body El Camino. $12.94 at 106 left side. The Camaro, after finding the rev limiter, goes 1309 at 110. He was just testing valve spring strength. Once again, A and B group radial cars, A and B group radial cars. We have called you to the lanes for the next session. A and B group radial cars, A and B group radial cars. I will take you now. Robert Hill in the 2021 Ford F-350 Dually. And Tina Constados, 87 Cutlass. Tina came out of the Burnout box just a little while ago and had some problems and got backed out. She is now back on the racetrack. Tina looking for something in the 12s. Goes 1172 at 111. That's a good run there for her. 1651 at 87 miles an hour for the F350. It's a little bit better, but we need to see him down in the 15s again. 69 stick shift Barracuda left side. 2000 model S10 pickup truck right side. The stick shift Barracuda is going to get there first left side. 1497 at 97 miles an hour. The S10 leaving before the tree was activated, therefore will not get an ET. Prescott Phillips coming back in the 1957 Beetle with the little soft top on top. has been in the 11s if he can get it off the starting line right. He'll face the 1967 Buick Skylark on the left-hand side. The Skylark belonging to James Jenkel. I keep wanting to put an N in James' last name. I don't know why that is. These two are tied together, side by side. The Buick is starting to get in front and edges out the V-Dub. 1260 at 107 for the Buick, 1287 at 103 for the V-Dub. Jacob Eden coming up next in the four-door Nova left side, and the Party Wagon 69 GMC pickup truck comes up right-hand side. The Party Wagon out in front. 1266 at 105 as it got a little bouncy on him leaving the starting line, but Adam Malik pulled it back together. 1760 for the four-door. The stick shift 62 Impala comes up next right side. 1980 model Malibu comes up left side. Michael Bennett in the Malibu. Nick C in the Impala. Malibu gets there first, 1206 at 111. The stick shift goes 1239 at 110. We will roll up a pair of Ford pickup trucks next. Alex Johnson in the 79 Ford right-hand side. Left-hand side is Casey Steinke. Steinke running in the stick shift class. This thing is a handful to come off the starting line. This time he gets second gear as it wags the tail a little bit. It is turning into an interesting battle, but left-hand the stick shift truck out in front and stays there. 1219 at 114, 1239 at 108. For Alec Johnson. Little 2016 front-wheel drive Ford comes back around for another shot left-hand side. We'll face the Chevy Silverado. Yep, the Silverado, as Adam Dory so eloquently puts it. This is Ryan Miskimen, 2001 model Chevy. Yes, for those of you that are saying that's not how you say the name, yes, I know it's a Silverado. If you live in Colorado, you don't call it a Silverado, you call it a Silverado. Adam Dory will weigh in and let me know if that is exactly correct or not. 1276 left side, 1371 right side. And Adam Dory, while you are working and checking in with us, let us know if you live in Denver, do you call it a Colorado or a Colorado? 1986 stick shift Ford comes up next right side. Actually, I believe that's a Mercury. Might have misspoke. Yeah, that's the Mercury Marquis Brougham. It's an upscale Mercury. So I apologize for getting it wrong to all of our viewers. Next time, I will make sure I get it correct. Michael Turner in the Dodge Dart Swinger goes 1192 at 109, 1252 for the stick shift Mercury, 124 for the top speed. Oh, the chat room on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel is getting interesting as we are doing the debate of Colorado, Silverado, and somebody said Desperado. couple of classic Chevys going down the racetrack right here. Joe Haney, the 71 Nova, and the 1970 model Camaro. The Nova goes 1541 at 91, 1286 at 95 miles an hour for the 1970 Camaro of Jason Steinman. The 61 Buick Skylark comes back around for another shot, as does the 55 Studebaker. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All run session, your time is now. All run session, lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. All run session. To the lanes, please. Michael Bowen, I know Honk isn't there, but the last name is the same reason I asked. I didn't see what you asked. Can you please re-ask? But yes, it's spelled the same name, same way as Rick Steinke's name, so I just assumed to say it that way. Somebody putting Colorado, El Dorado, Sangrito. Yeah, some people need to work more. So we are going to do some track prep before we go into our all-run session, ladies and gentlemen. It'll take us a few minutes. Somebody said it's a Studebaker. No, it is a Studebaker. You might call it a Studebaker. I'm calling it a Studebaker. That's what I've always heard it called as. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying what I've heard it called. Les Mayhew. Okay. He's waving him. Les Mayhew, I need you to the tower, please. Les, I need you to the tower, please. Crankshaft, yes, you're correct. I am actually going to take a break right now while we prep the racetrack. I'll be back on the mic here in just a few minutes.
Go ahead.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
Antifreeze and coolant, fueled by freedom. Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going-to-town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit, and not stopping until the old tires pop. And when the day is done, there's nothing more satisfying than cracking open some cold snacks, kicking off the old earth stompers, and blasting some rock and roll on the old radio. So let's rev up our engines and chase our dreams because we're fueled by freedom.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine actually. See you later.
Dear Asphalt, from the moment we met, you've paved the way. Literally. You've never asked us to slow down, take it easy, or hold our horses. You've done so much. Which is why we almost feel bad for everything we've done to you. Almost.
So not everybody at once, because I did have to roll back a little bit. We're still having people that are debating about the Silverado versus Silverado. Will we do some interviews? I believe that Don has been trying to do some of that today and has not had a whole lot of luck with it. Some people did not want to be talked to on camera. Who is EJ? EJ is one of the Sick the Mag crew. She works out of the Michigan location. And the 57 Chevy wagon she picked up in Virginia a little over a week ago. And she had never drag raced or ever been on a drag and drive as a driver. And this is her first time competing in either one of them. The car was purchased from Virginia, and the advertisement says, do not drive on long distances. I think EJ and Tom pretty much looked at that as a challenge and decided to get after it. It did not start for the first time until late Friday night. Excuse me. And they did make a couple of small shakedown laps around the road out in front of Tom's business. But the car never went down the racetrack until Sunday during Tech-In and Test and Tune Day. Some people are commenting about the fact that our fast cars have not made good runs yet, which that's putting it mildly. So far, the best run today is a 740 at 166 for Bryant Goldstone. Again, this is a car that's gone 668 and 677. So he might have just pulled all the power out of it just to get it down the racetrack and just let it go. Flanders went 8.500 after going 8.50 with a 2 yesterday. So Tim Flanders, definitely a one and done. I'll call the shot. What did Simpson run? So I'm assuming Simpson is in the same class or something of it. Hang on. Let me see if I can find out. I don't see a Simpson hater arc, so clarify that one for me. Who is Simpson? And what class? Bad part is I'm scrolling so far back that I don't think I'm going to be able to get to some of these questions without doubling up on people's answers. Steve Morris is not out. He made a pass earlier but had issues. Does anybody believe EJ's 55 ever ran 11s? I mean, it might have. I don't know. I mean, there's lots of people that always say what something ran and it won't. So, Pete, thanks again for checking in and working with us. We appreciate it. All right, so if I missed a question that you asked in the chat, feel free to go ahead and post it. And I will do my best to answer it. Hopefully not all of you comment at once, so it doesn't go absolutely berserk again. So Jason commenting in the live stream that Goldstone and crew have already welded a cracked header and fixed the front clip from hitting a bump. That might explain why he came to the lanes and then went around and got back into the pits. Oh. So somebody says, what is the challenge class just making it all week? I believe you're referring to the Bullseye challenge class. So the Bullseye challenge, what happens is they put up a 2-digit number every day. Your job is to get as close to that number as possible without going under it. So yesterday, the number was 11, and the winner of that was John Mortensen. Mortensen with the Model A went 10-11, so he matched the 11. Today's Bullseye is 54, and John went 10.56 today, so he is pretty close to that. He's 200ths above, so the job is to get as close to that number as possible without going under it. Have we really gotten to the point where somebody's asking what my shoe size is? My shoe size is 12. I can honestly say I never thought I would get asked that question. Pepsi or Coke? Coke products all day. Next. Will the motion party have a live stream? I don't believe so. Warren, you're going back to Cordova, correct? Oh, okay. They're going to record some stuff. Okay, great. That's perfect. So to answer your question about the motion party, they will video some of it. It'll be recorded and used tomorrow. Is there an overall winner in Bullseye or a winner each day? No, we have a winner each day in the Bullseye Challenge because we change the number every time. Did Fast Eddie make another pass yet? No, he has not. I can actually see his car in the pits. I don't know if he's trying to make another pass. I never got an answer on track temp. My apologies. I mean, it's not too bad. I want to say the temperature's in the mid-70s right now, so it's probably not too horrible. What car did I sell that I shouldn't have? Adam Dory's asking me what's the one that got away. Well, he did say what car, so yeah, you're right. I could technically ask him. He could technically ask me a couple different things. We're getting ready to go back to racing action. I'll answer the last few questions that are here. So I sold a oh God, the conversation up here. I sold a 1968 Chevelle True Super Sport 4-speed car. It was a very big project. It had a lot of rust. I kind of wish I would have kept it because of it being a real super sport. I would have been tempted to not modify it. So that's probably the one car I wish I got rid of. My first car was a 1972 Chevelle. There's times I miss having that. Blonde, brunette, or redhead? Because of my wife, brunette. Always brunette. Eric Larson and Jimmy Reinhardt will get us started. And Reinhardt, once again, spins the tires in the Nova. That's the fourth time that he has not been able to get off the starting line. Larson to the finish line. 8:53 at 161 for Larson, his best pass of the day. That'll get him somewhere over the 8:58 and 8:57. So 8:53 at 161. For Larson, that will keep him, I believe, in the lead of his class. But coming up right behind him is Jeremy Ortiz. Ortiz in the Nissan, your number 2 car. 8:66 and 8:59 is what he's run so far this week. So obviously he wants 8.50. Josh Norris in the naturally aspirated Nova. Off they go. Jeremy Ortiz gave the Nova a little bit of a handicap head start, but out the back door. 8:48 with an 8 for Jeremy. Look at him, he just waves his hand. He's like, it's no big deal. It's 12th out too quick. We can't use it. Oh, tough break. So he's gone 8:44, 8:60, and now 8:48 for Jeremy Ortiz. He's just trying so hard to get that 8:50 out of it. Getting oh so close, but oh so far. The rotary Mazda and Evan Erkowitz in the Malibu. Oh, and both of them getting loose. Erkowitz was the first car out, spun the tires, has pedaled it, and back after it. 964, 158. That's way off his low 8-second previous performance. 1246 at 74 miles an hour for the Mazda of Michael Janosek. And unfortunately for Janosek, he is way off his earlier performance in the stick shift Mazda. Here's another guy that's fighting for the lead right now in the 6 street race category. This is Cameron Alley. Alley so far has 2 runs but no good passes in the 97 Cobra. He's looking for a Hail Mary shot right here. It spins a little bit. He gives it a quick pedal and gets right back after it. Cameron to the finish line. 892 at 161. It's way better than what he has up to this point, but it will not keep him in the lead if he ends it in. That would drop him out of the lead. So he needs to come back and try it again. The wheel standing Oldsmobile comes up next. The Cutlass right-hand side. Mike McNee. Nice little wheel stand, a little bit of wheel speed, lead, and Tom Llewellyn spinning all over the left-hand side. The Cutlass to the finish line. 880 at 152 for Mike Mackney. Not a bad lap for him, as he has been 903 and then 871. So an 880 is a very good run for him, considering the conditions. Tom Llewellyn in the 99 Mustang basically tried everything he did to hang on to it, but he used up all of his lane and then some, and it was still spinning, so he finally got out of it and coasted to a 13-second pass. Once again, all run, all lanes are open, all run, all run. Lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. All run, 6, 7, and 8, please. Chris Van Worden, 67 Nova. Rovek Ahuja, 67 Cutlass. So 67 GM Chevrolet left side, 67 GM Oldsmobile right side. Rovek strikes the tires in the big torquey Oldsmobile. Chris in the small block hubcap wearing Nova to the finish line left side. It goes 10:23, 131, 10:48, 132 for Rovek. That'll bring up the 2018 F-150 pickup truck next, and the 2003 model stick shift Mach 1 Mustang. The Mustang is Jason Turner. He's been in the 11s in the Mustang. The 10-second capable F-150 staging up right-hand side for Ryan Bowden. Bowden finally getting the F-150 hooked up. He's on a good run here. 10:45 at 134, 11:03 at 126 for the stick shift Mustang. One of two K cars on the property. This is the non-wood edition one. Andy Esser, 1986 Plymouth Reliant. Yeah, he got rid of all the wood. He saved it for the other one. The sad part is if I knew what the other one was, Jared Nowinski. I feel like I should have remembered his name. Sorry, Jared. He'll run against the Chevrolet Camaro over on the left-hand side. That's Sean Enoch. Enoch goes 12 flat with a 9 at the end of it at 112. 15:41 at 96 miles an hour for the K car. Here comes the Super Duty once again. And Chuck Hoekstra. Hoekstra on the 1986 LTD wagon that hopefully has the hatch latched. I have a feeling that it'll run faster with the rear hatch down. Just taking a guess. But we will find out. Chuck, who is doing the 6 Summer Challenge with his twin daughters to the finish line. Yes, there it is. 10:01 with a 5 at 136. Much better run. And how about the Super Duty? I asked for low 15s, and he delivered 15:10 at 93 miles an hour. Now, here's an interesting pair to come up. This is Dwayne Roll. Roll currently in the number 3 spot in modified. He will race Dean Anderson. Anderson towards the top of the dial your own classes. Both of them need a good run here. Dean gave it a quick pedal. Dwayne out there right side on a good one. 8:38 at 177, 8:72, 163 for Dean Anderson, as both of them will take those runs. Once again, if you need to hand in time slips, top floor of the timing tower, please. Tanya and her crew are waiting for you. Once again, if you have got the time slip you want to hand in and it's actually yours, Top floor of the timing tower, please. Jimmy Reinhart back around for his 5th lap in the boosted by Rhino Nova, and the 96 Dodge Avenger will sit right side. And once again, it spins the tires off the starting line. Jimmy got it after it on the pedal job quicker this time. This should be a 9-second run. 9:37 at 1:47, and that's much better than he's run on any of the previous ones. Now, granted, it's about 0.2 of a second slow over what it should be running, but I have a feeling that Jimmy and Drew will take that run and probably head to the next racetrack. Ryan Rose in the 2000 model S10 pickup truck. Justin Gray in the 71 Plymouth GTX. The Plymouth out in front right-hand side. 1429, 96 miles an hour. The S10 following at 1762. Let me bring up Tom and Ian Hogshead. The big block power Disco Nova right-hand side. He's running in the dial your own class, I believe. Yep, Ian is running in dial your own. Nice wheels off launch there for the Nova. This one looks like it could be the pass they're looking for. Left-hand side is Shane Bryan. He's running the Bullseye Challenge. 11:45 left side, 10:45 right side. The Bullseye is 54, not 45. We need to move those numbers around. That'll bring up Steve Eden in the 1970 Chevy Nova left side against the Mercury station wagon of Barry Little. Little in the 1978 Patriotic themed wagon. Looks like he went through somebody's sticker drawer based on the fenders. Somewhere there is a speed shop missing a whole bunch of freebies. Nova out in front. Nova gets there first, 11:11, 120, 11:87, 109 for the wagon. TJ Hodge in the 1965 Mercury Comet right side. Going up against the El Camino over on the left side. That's Nathan Balk, the 1978 model El Camino. First year for the G-Body. Mercury there first, 1061, 132. 1291, 105 for the El Camino. Once again, all run is now open. All run is now open. What track has had the best traction so far? I think it's a toss-up between Byron and Great Lakes because there were a lot of cars that went on the bumper at Great Lakes yesterday. 1549 at 90 miles an hour for the Nova. 1943 at 72 miles an hour for the Camaro. Yes, Steve Morris has run today. He pedaled it 3 times and did not stay hooked up, so he coasted the rest of the way. Fairmont right side, 3rd gen Camaro left side. The Camaro getting there first, 11:28 at 131. 12:13 at 112 for the Fairmont. Nova comes up next, left-hand side. This is Jeremy Kroger, 72 Chevy Nova. 1988 model S10 pickup truck, right-hand side with the full-size cowl hood. Looks like it's at least 5 inches. Mark Zadigan in the S10 goes 13.70 at 104. The Nova clicks the clocks at 11.59 at 103. Actually, I wonder if the Nova is running in the Bullseye Challenge, because that is an interesting run. No, he's running in Dial Your Own, so he's trying to get close to his own number. 82 S10 right side, 86 Mustang left-hand side. It makes me think these two know each other because they've paired up at almost every racetrack at least once. Matt Cartwright in the pickup truck goes 12.76 at 106. Robert Cook in the Mustang goes 13.78 at 81. Once again, I have put the call out for all run. All run. If you need to make another pass, you can bring it to the lanes, please. All run. All run. If you need to make another pass, you can bring it to the lanes. Pickup truck left-hand side going for second and not finding it. Still out in front of the GMC Jimmy right-hand side. And Casey Steinke will get there first, 12.60 at 113. The GMC Jimmy of John Green follows at 13, flat with a 2 at 102. $10.21 to 131 for Chris Van Worden. 13.14 at 99 miles an hour for the Buick Skylark right-hand side. Rovek Ahuja in the Oldsmobile back for another shot. 10.14, 132. 11.57 at 123 for the turbocharged 6-cylinder wagon. The 2003 Mach 1, the stick shift ride of Jason Turner back again. He will run Robert Hill in the F350. $11.11 at 126 miles an hour right-hand side. 15.29 at 91 miles an hour for the F350 left-hand side. The non-wood K-Car station wagon coming up next right-hand side against the Buick Grand National over left-hand side. David Pascal in the Bullseye Challenge goes 11:16 at 1:18. The Wagon will follow at 14:30 at 97 miles an hour for Andy Esser. Steve Eaton coming back for another shot in the Steve's Auto Service 1970 Chevy Nova. 1967 model Ford Mustang right-hand side. Nick Foss, he's running in our Bullseye Challenge, so he's looking for something like that ends with a 54. Problem is now he has over a 1 second reaction time. Steve Eden out front will get there first. 11:39, 1:13. 15:13, 90 miles an hour. Chevrolet Nova, left side. Chevrolet Camaro, right-hand side. Shane Bryant, right-hand side, goes 11:78 at 1:15, 15:30 with a 0 at the end at just one scotch under 94 miles an hour. The turbocharged Camaro and the S10 pickup truck next down the racetrack. Camaro there for his 1073 at 136. S10 figures comes afterwards, 1710 at 79 miles an hour. Right now, not a lot of cars in the staging lanes, so unless we get a lot of them, the rear of the lanes will close at 3 o'clock. The 65 Mercury Comet coming up for another shot left side, 1056 at 131. Cook goes 13-13, 104 in the Mustang. .12 at 114 for the stick shift pickup truck, 13-12 at 101. And I'm sure nobody heard that, considering that I just said it during the Pat Miker's Burnout. There were people 2 counties away that didn't hear anything because Pat Miker was doing a Burnout that didn't hear anything. Miker, 1967 model Chevrolet Chevelle. It's got a large by huge F3 Pro Charger, crank-driven Pro Charger on board, and a 5-speed Linko. When he came up the last time, okay, I was misinformed. 4-speed. I thought it was a 5. I was told. So yes, it does have a gear vendors on it. I believe he said they had the problem. The problem was with the gear vendors, so they have made the necessary repairs. He's coming up looking for something in the bottom 8s, high 7s. And we'll drop the clutch pedal here in just a minute and find out. He'll run it out the back door. 837 at 181 with that much pedaling, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. A lot of people would have given up on that run early considering how bad he spun off the starting line. But Pat never gave up. Ran it all the way down to go 837 at 181. Just crazy. I would guess that he will probably hand that in. So Pat running in the Unlimited Iron class went 8:01 on the first day, 8:11 the second day. So 8:37 is not bad. Like I said, he may decide to come back and make another shot at it, but I'm not sure. That's close enough that he might decide that's good enough. Rovek Ahuja coming up right side. Jimmy Reinhardt coming up in the turbocharged Nova. Nova looking like it's got its best pass going so far. Drew Fleming watching on. No, 9:55. He's about a tenth slow. Looks like he toned it back a little bit off the starting line to try to keep it hooked up, but went a 9:44 earlier, so not his best run. Rovek goes 10:13 at 1:31. Once again, once you have your time slip that you want, top floor of the timing tower to turn it in and grab a map. Once again, if you have run the time that you want, go to the top floor of the tower to hand in your time slip and grab yourself a map. Justin Gray comes up next, 1971 GTX Plymouth. He'll stage against the 1980 model Buick Station Wagon. I was about to say Buick Station Wagon. I don't think I have that right, but no, it is. It's got the Turbo V6 on board. It would be. Buick Century Station Wagon, 1169, 121, 1409 at 97 miles an hour. I believe that's Justin's best pass of the week. Actually, I'm going to look and find out, because I'm sure people want to know. Inquiring minds would like to know, exactly. 1425 and 1432. Yep, that is his best run of the week. Unfortunately, he's running dial your own, so it does not close, so he may turn in a different time slip. Robert Hill in the pickup truck. Chris Van Worgen in the small block Nova. Chris is a former drag and drive winner in that Nova. Lays down a 10:14 at 132, naturally aspirated. And the pickup truck 15 flat with a 5, almost in the 14s, and 93 miles an hour for the pickup truck. Nick and David Deal watching at home after unfortunately going out yesterday. Nick, I appreciate you checking in, sir. He says, give a shout out to my wife, Sasha. Sasha, thanks for letting your other half go out and have fun destroying parts and pieces. We miss seeing the two brothers on the remainder of 6 Summer. 1176 at 111 right side. The Mustang going 16-19, 81 miles an hour. Here comes a very important pass right-hand side. Cameron Alley. Alley is your current leader in the street race category, the 6 street race category. So he needs something in the 850 range. He went 892 earlier. That is not what he wants. He wants 850. Looks like it had some wheel speed on it. 136 60 foot. This could be what Cameron needs right here. 853.0 for Cameron Alley. Talk about a shot in the dark at the very last moment. 853 at 165. That will keep him, I believe, at the front of the pack. Great run there after having a lot of traction problems. I believe that was Cameron's 4th run of the day. Could possibly be his 5th. 1537 at 94 miles an hour left-hand side. We'll bring up the 61 Buick Skylark and the 85 Camaro next. Turbocharged Camaro out in front left-hand side. And David Black goes 10:33 at 139. The Buick following at 13:21 at 105 for Brian Atwood. Like I said, Cameron Alley is where showing up on the live stream. 8:53 at 165. Just, I mean, after all kinds of traction problems, he lays down an 890 the run before that. at 161 and then steps it up to an 8:53 at 165. So knocks off nearly 0.4 of a second and almost 4 miles an hour faster. He made a big tune-up change, and the track looks like it took most of it. All right, so the staging lanes at the moment nearly empty, and 18 minutes remain to get to the lanes. So again, we will close the rear of the staging lanes at 3 o'clock. That'll bring up the Buick Regal. This is the more sleeper version of the Grand National. Exact same body design and everything, just painted a different color than black. You can get these available in lots of different colors. David Pascal in the Bullseye Challenge. How about that run? 11:57. He's 300ths above the Bullseye. Not a bad run there. It might get him into the second or third spot. So David Pascal, not a bad run there. So someone asks, how long is the drive back to Cordova? Unfortunately, I don't have the actual mileage count. 87 miles is what Warren tells me. We will verify it. Okay. So people starting to check in and letting me know what's going on. So yeah, I completely forgot about the fact that Cameron Alley is running 6th Street Race with Tim Flanders, and Flanders made his second straight 8.50 time slip appear. So the averages are probably going to favor Flanders if Cameron Alley turns that 8:53 in. Now, normally you would think 8:53 is not a bad pass. It's what he just ran yesterday. But when the guy you're lined up with goes 8:50 with a 2 and then 8:50 with a 0, it's probably going to throw off the averages. As a matter of fact, let me look. Crankshaft says it is 105 to 115 miles depending on the route. Okay. Crankshaft, thank you for the update. I appreciate it. And because we have, well, I want to give the F350 my full attention, but I also want to find out what the 6th Street Race category that is becoming quite a close one. I'm going to do some average work here. I didn't write down exactly what Cameron Alley ran, so I'm going to assume 8:53.0. I believe that's what he ran, was 8:53.0. So his average, if he turns that in, would be 8:52.43. 8:52.43. 15:05 at 92 miles an hour as the F350 tries to get into the 14s. It is getting so close. Went 15 flat last time. So let's look at what Tim Flanders has currently. 8:56.5 on day one. Then went 8:50 with a 2 yesterday. And on his first and only shot today, 8:50 with a 0. Ooh. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, here is what the averages would be if Cameron Alley turns in the 8:53 pass that he just ran. His average would be 8.524. Tim Flanders' average currently 8.522. 2 thousandths difference. The lead would change hands. That's how close we are right now. So the question becomes whether Cameron is okay with taking that lap and hoping that he can get the digits to work in his favor tomorrow at Cordova, or if he gets back in the lanes in the next 14 minutes and tries one more time. That is close. Really close. 8.522 for Flanders, 8.524 for Alley. That's how close it is. Now, I will tell you that the 850 battles raged hard as well at Sick Week. We had times where the best time slips, we were doing the averages and literally finding out that like leads would change hands, then leads would change hands again, less than 100th of a second separating them. That's how close everything was. So, Cameron, in case you want a second opinion, the internet is saying put it back in the lanes and try again. Now, again, you could play the long game and take the 853-0 and be 2 thou off the average lead and go back to Cordova tomorrow and try to make it up there. Or you can bring it back and run something faster. You've got 12 minutes to figure it out. And his car is sitting in the pits with the hood not open, which would make me think he's not going to make another pass. Although he's walking around the car now. Somebody give the F-350 a tailwind. Yes, we need to see a 14-second pass out of the F-350. 1192 at 82 miles an hour for Joe Nowak. He's running the Dial Your Own class. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Cameron Alley is going to come back to the lanes. He is. All right, so the battle in 6th Street Race will rage on. There's nothing that Tim Flanders can do. He has done all the work he can. He went 850 with a 2 yesterday and went 850 with a 0 today. He cannot go any quicker or do any better. But Cameron Alley is back in the lanes, looking for something quicker than 853. Another person looking for something better than his time he's currently run is Dean Anderson. Anderson in the Malibu, trying to get back to the 850 range. He's gone 872. What does he run right here? 879 at 163. He's not improving. 1010 at 129 for Chris Van Worden. All right. Somebody on the live stream said Cam was sitting in the pits thinking stupid, sexy Flanders. You know, the funny part is when I said Flanders the other day, somebody immediately brought up The Simpsons. And I don't know why I didn't think about that. All right, the F-350 is back in the lanes. He is off the starting line. Can we get a 14-second pass out of the truck this time? The truck has gone 15 flat and 15.05. Can we get a 14 this time? Oh, you tease me so. 15.02 with a 1. Not quite doing it that time. So Robert Hill has 8 minutes to come back to the lanes if he wants to try again. So we have John Ferroni coming back with the right-hand drive Aussie Charger. So John Ferroni. Needs something better than a 1541. As he smoked the tires, pedaled it 3 times, and still tried to stay after it before he finally gave it up. So the Charger going to build some boost. He's in. He lays it in now. It gets close to the center, and he has to pedal his way out of it. Gets back in it again, 840 at 160. He was so close to the center line area and didn't want to give up the ghost. Go 840 with a 4 at 160 for John Ferroni. Yeah, he wagged the tail out there, and most people would probably have gotten out of it, but John just stuck with it and got right back after it. Now, granted, it is going to slow his average from the 2 7.8 second passes. But Evan Erkowitz also has not made a good pass yet today. Well, not a representative pass of what he should be running. And Evan is in the staging lanes. The stick shift pickup truck having trouble off the starting line, as Casey Steinke will just roll it down to the top end slowly. So the number 1 and number 2 cars in Pro Street will come back around again. So once again, the number 1 and number 2 cars in Pro Street. Number 1 car just made a lap. His first 8-second pass of the week. I don't think John is going to be able to hot lap it back around in 6 minutes. But Cameron Alley did bring it back. Like I said, right now, if he turned in the 8:53 time slip he got, which most people would think is good, he would drop out of the lead by 0.02 of a second, so he needs to run quicker. He's got some wheel speed on it. It's slower to the 60-foot, and it won't work. 863 at 163. He lost 1/10 of a second. Here comes your number 2 car in Pro Street. Chasing John Ferroni. This is Evan Erkowitz in the 79 Malibu, the twin turbo Malibu. 825 and 840 is what he has run so far this week. He has not run anywhere close to that yet. He spun on his first 2 runs. He's going to build some boost up and get after it. Once again, it has some tire spin, but this one looks better than last one. To the top end for Erkowitz. 879 at 163. Not sure if that's going to be enough to keep him within fighting distance, but it's better than what he has run, I believe, the rest of the day so far. So 879 at 163 with a 151 60-foot. Again, as traction has been hard to come by. Five minutes remain to come back to the lanes. 5 minutes remaining to come back to the lanes. Jordan Bedreau saying, Cam's got time for one more pass. Don't worry about the trans temperatures. Yeah, just put a piece of black electrical tape over it, Jordan. You won't see him, and there's no problem. If you don't know about it, it's not a problem. Will we see a 14-second pass out of the F350 this time? 1498 at 93 miles an hour. The internet can successfully say that the F350 has been urged on to run in the 14s, despite everybody saying fold in the mirrors. A 1498 for the pickup truck. All is right with the world once again. Somebody asking if they could ride with Tom in the ice cream truck. I'm not sure who they were asking. There goes the internet as far as talking about the pickup truck running 1498. Chris Van Worden coming up in the 67 Nova for another low 10-second pass possibility. Dean Anderson back in the lanes with the 79 Malibu as he's going to make one more shot. He finally burned off enough gas to lose the weight on the dually. That's very possible. 10:15 at 131 is once again Chris just laying down lap after lap in the low 10s. He has done very well. Valkyrie, yes, I will not lie. Getting to see the turbocharged F350 Super Duty running the 14s has been one of my joys in life. I can now sleep peacefully tonight. It really is cool to actually watch people continue to just make laps on the racetrack and try to, urge them on and see what they can run. Stick shift forward goes 12.25.0 at 113. 2 minutes remain. 2 minutes remain before we close the lanes. 2 minutes remain. 2 minutes left to get to the lanes. And from the looks of things, I believe Cameron is going to... Oh, we have a fire down at the top end of the racetrack, so we are going to be on hold here for just a minute. All right, everybody, stay where you are. If you are not with the track personnel or with the EMT, please stay where you are. As soon as I get a report, I will let you know. Somebody commenting it's the white Malibu, I think. I'm not sure who it is. I don't want to speculate. Oh, there it is right there. So let me see if I can back up here. I'm going to back my stream up here just a minute. See if we can figure out who it was. So while we are waiting a word at the top end, The one thing I do know from the screenshot that I stopped, the trucks that had recently run were out of the picture, so it is either Chris Van Worden or Evan Erkowitz. Those are the only two cars that are unaccounted for, and we are just waiting on clarification. While we are doing so, we would ask that everybody that has not turned in a time slip yet, please do so at the top floor of the timing tower, please. If you have not turned in your time slip for the day yet, please do so at the top floor of the timing tower. So for everybody that's curious, I basically went back and rewound the footage. The problem is that the camera angle doesn't completely show whose it is. So I do know that the two trucks were accounted for. I've had some people that have commented that it was the G body, but again, we have not gotten a confirmation yet. I do know the white Nova was parked near it. The question is, which one ended up on fire? And I don't want to say which one it is for sure. I just know which two it is. Oh, jeez.
Those were good times, you know. I think about that, and I'm like, you know, this is my kids. See you guys. See you later. I'll get home by tomorrow. When everything's done. So long, Dan. Call me Bill. I'm gonna walk in. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday, Dan. Hanging out of your mouth too. Cigar? Cigar, okay. I'm gonna go to the cabinets and see what is left behind. Deep fried Oreos? Deep fried Oreos? Thank you.
Yeah, so far from rewinding the footage back, it looks like this could be Chris Van Worden. Yep, there is Evan Erkowitz pulling into the pit spot. So if it is the white car that we saw in the frame, it is Chris Van Worden in the 67 Nova. And we hate seeing that. So obviously everybody is attending to the car, and we're not worried about getting me which car it was. Now, for everybody that just keeps saying rewind the footage, I have pulled the cursor back to look at it. The problem was at first I could not tell which car it was because it swung from the two cars being parked near each other back to the starting line, and then until Evan Erkowitz just returned to the pit area. Because the problem is that some people keep commenting the same car and then somebody else jumps in with a different car. So the last thing I want to say is it's the wrong car. I do know Evan has pulled back into the pit area and he was driving the car. So it really makes me sad knowing that's Chris's car because, you know, well, it would be sad for fire in anybody's car. I want to make sure I don't say that incorrectly. Ladies and gentlemen, it has gone past 3 o'clock, so staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like this is Chris Van Worden that caught on fire. And again, the car had made several low 10-second passes. So again, we are speculating up here in the tower what it could be, but I have never gotten an answer on what it is. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask that you keep Chris in positive thoughts. Let's not spread rumors or anything that have not been substantiated, as obviously somebody is, watching that is either Chris's friend or Chris's family. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap it up on that note. We are done for the day. We will pack up and head to Motion Raceworks. As I mentioned, we will do some video work there. That'll be shown tomorrow during our live stream. For all of you that were still on board, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. Here, day number 4 of 6 Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. And on the live stream, brought to us thanks to our friends at Gear Vendors Overdrive. So we are going to head back to Cordova to finish everything off tomorrow, day number 5. And we hope that you can join us. Again, we will be on air at 9 o'clock Central Time. Not 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 9 o'clock Central Time. And we will get right back after it, crown ourselves some winners tomorrow. So we hope to see you then. Again, if you have not turned in your time slips, we need you to the top floor of the tower, please. Time slips, top floor of the tower. Please make sure you bring your time slips and your phone for verification of photos. Please, everybody, drive safely home if you are not joining us to the next stop. Otherwise, we look forward to seeing you along the route. For those of you that would like to join us along the route or pick a favorite spot and watch the cars and trucks go by, visit sickthemag.com, and you could download our Day 4 route and find out where we're going to be able to join us. Hope to see you all tomorrow.